to life.
Hello.
Today, we will dismantle the walls and unlock the potential that lies in the collaboration of these two forces. It's not going to be just about sharing information. It's going to be about creating an ecosystem where DRDO's cutting-edge science will be transformed rapidly into world-class defense products built in India, for India and the world. So as we commence this prestigious distinguished dignitaries onto the dais, I request Dr. B.K. Das, DG ECS,
Hello.
Shri L.C. Mangal,
Hello.
PM,
Hello.
to accompany our dignitaries,
Hey,
Shri Shailesh Kumar Dave, CEO Zoho Corp, and Shri Manoj Jain, CMD Bell, onto the dais. Let's give them a round of applause as they come onto the dais. I also request Raji Marathi sir, Center Head CASDEC, to join us on the dais. Thank you, dignitaries. We now proceed to the traditional lighting of a lamp, a symbol of wisdom, knowledge, and triumph of innovation or inertia. I request our dignitaries to do the honors. To mark an auspicious beginning of today's events, let's invoke divine blessings through a melodious invocation song.
वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय हे
नमोस्तुते वरदे श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते वरदे वरदे श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते वरदे वरदे श्रीपति गौरी पति गुरुभुवनिनुते निगुवदे श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते वरदे वरदे श्रीपति गौरी पति गुरुभुवनिनुते निगुवदे श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते May this divine offering bring peace, positivity, and grace to all. Plants represent life, growth, and enduring relationships. As a gesture of our deep appreciation, I request Dr. B.K. Das to present the sapling to our esteemed guest, Shri Shailesh Kumar Dave, CEO Zoho Corp. Let's give a round of applause to our esteemed guest. Shri Manoj Jain, CMD Bell. And Mr. L.C. Mondal. Now I request Mr. Rajiv Marathi, Center Hair Casting, to present DG ECS Dr. B.K. Das with the sapling. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you, dignitaries. To set the tone for today's gathering, I request Mr. Rajiv Marathi, outstanding scientist and center casting, to deliver the welcome speech.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to one and all. Dignitaries on the dais, DG ECS, DGTM, CMD Bell, Shri Manoj Jain, and CEO Zoho Corporation, Shri Shailesh Kumar Daveji. Dignitaries of the dais, DG SSS, DG ACE, DG HR, AFA R&D, then cluster IFAs and lab directors, corporate directors, center heads, and all the representatives of the industries who are here today to make this event a memorable one. Ladies and gentlemen, a hearty welcome to the Samanvay, DRDO Industry Synergy Meet. It's an honor to welcome you all to this R&D and industry partners meet. Today marks a significant milestone in our collective pursuit of innovation and excellence. DRDO and industry partners coming together like this fosters a spirit of collaboration and knowledge sharing that can lead to groundbreaking discoveries and practical applications. It is thrilling to see the enthusiasm and the expertise gathered here. In fact, it's a Triveni Sangam of expertise, resourcefulness and commitment, and it goes without saying that the discussions and interactions over today and tomorrow will be extremely enriching and productive. The 2 days event has been planned diligently to bring out the perspectives of all the stakeholders. In the inauguration session just now, apart from the addresses by the dignitaries present on the dais, we will have a keynote address by none other than Padma Vibhushan Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, former DG CSIR, and handing over the TOTs of DRDO products to the industry. Today, after the inauguration ceremony, first three sessions will cover the DRDO policies and reforms for industry enabling, strategic and tactical electronics, and mission sensors and data links for aero and naval systems. It will be followed by a roundtable discussion for MSMEs, MSCs and startups, and a panel discussion on way forward for DRDO towards building defense ecosystems towards the end of the day. Tomorrow, we will have three sessions covering industry perspective, electronics in electronics, and semiconductor and soldier electronics. After that, we will have a roundtable discussion for large industries, followed by an open house with industry partners. This edition of Samanvay will be concluded with a valedictory session in the end. Ideas on innovative technological challenges have been received from labs and industries. The prizes will be given away for promising ideas in the same session. I extend my gratitude to our honorable speakers and esteemed partners who have taken the time to join us. Your contributions are invaluable to the growth of our ecosystem. Let us make this meet a landmark step in a long-term journey of co-creation. Together we can build a defense ecosystem where every innovation finds a home, every idea is tested and scaled, and every product strengthens the safety and sovereignty of India. Jai Hind, thank you.
A Triveni Sangam, I don't think it can be better said than this. I hope the Triveni Sangam reaps good harvest. Thank you, sir, for your words. I now invite Shri L.C. Mangal, DS, DGTM to address the gathering.
Good morning, Chairman DRDO, Dr. Samir V. Kamath, Dr. B.K. Das, DGCS, Shri Shailesh Dave, CEO Joho, Shri Manoj Jain, CMD BL, Dr. U.K. Singh, Director General Life Sciences, Dr. Prateek Kishore, Director General S Cluster, Shri Vedveer Aryaji, Additional FA, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, Director General HR, Shri Y. Dilip, Director ADE, Dr. Rangarajan, CEO Data Patterns, Director Generals, Directors of various laboratories, corporate directors, the industry participants, and my fellow DRDO scientists. Welcome to this Samanvay, a unique industry DRDO synergy meet for which we all have gathered together. It's a great effort by Dr. B.K. Das, where a lot of innovations are happening in electronics cluster, and also a lot of electronics related technologies are being developed by various clusters for self-reliance in this particular critical technology. Industry has been instrumental in creating self-reliance in critical defense technologies. Today, our radars are available which can be fitted on fighter aircrafts, they can be fitted on ships. We have fully indigenous electro-optical systems, electronic warfare systems, software-defined radios, laser weapons, which have been developed indigenously, and there is a plan for induction for all of them. I thank the vibrant startup ecosystem which has been created by focused policies of Government of India for indigenous cutting-edge technologies. We are witnessing tremendous growth of startups and the technology development in the deep tech areas of artificial intelligence, unmanned systems, quantum, compound semiconductors, metamaterials based sensors, photonic systems, and cognitive technologies. If you look at all of them, there is a possibility of creating leadership role for India because we have tremendous human resource in academia, in our R&D institutions, and my Office of Director General Technology Management provides you the opportunity for working on cutting edge technologies in such deep tech areas. We already have a framework of Technology Development Fund through which cutting edge technologies as identified by our laboratories through their technology roadmap are being given as challenges in the open, and I invite all startups, MSMEs and industries to participate in that effort so that fully indigenous technologies can be realized as per DRDO's technology roadmap, product roadmap, and they can be integrated in future generation products and systems. Similarly, we have a framework where industry can get engaged into our academic collaboration through our various DISCOEs, DRDO Industry Academia Center of Excellences, which we have created across country. In every nook and corner of the country we have created those, and there is a framework where we are providing opportunities to all startups and MSMEs to collaborate with our academia professors for development of technologies. So this is one method where a lot of indigenous things can happen. Other than that, industry can take the readily available technologies which our various laboratories have developed. In recent past, lot of new technologies have been developed, and we have a very good simplified framework of technology transfer which can be utilized by all the industries for leveraging the indigenous technology for the systems which our armed forces require. In addition to that, there is a framework where development cum production partner method can be utilized for development of very complex systems right from beginning. So these are various avenues by which I think industry can get benefited, and in hand we can work together to create systems of systems, technologies and future generation products which our country can require. Honorable Prime Minister has given an open you can say the challenge that let us create through technology the leadership role for country so that by 2047 country can be made self-reliant and we have exportable technologies, which means that fully indigenous all IPs are owned by our country's men and they can create some leadership in various specific fields. I thank DRD Chairman Professor Masharikar to give time, Dr. B.K. Das who has created this particular framework of event. I thank CMD BL Manoj Jain Saab that Shri Rangarajan ji who find time, because I am aware that he was not well. Sometime back I heard about his health also, but very good that you have come, sir. I am grateful to you. And again, all industry people, for 2 days let us create some actionable activities which we can do with the help of you. DRDO headquarters is always available for that purpose, and definitely many good things can be done in the cutting edge technologies. I will not take much time. I thank you again all for participating in this event and making it a wonderful show, and I hope that you will enjoy this 2-day session, very unique event which we have created under guidance of Dr. B.K. Das. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Truly, electronics is the future and we are with the right partners in that place in the future. We have Dr. Samir V. Kamath, Secretary D&D R&D, Chairman DRDO, and Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashelkar joining us through video conference. We welcome you, sir. Let's give them a round of applause for taking their time out. Now I request our chief guest, Shri Shailesh Kumar Dabe, co-founder and CEO Zoho Corp, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Actually, giving these short speeches early in the morning is a difficult thing. So maybe I'll talk about some 3 attributes that has helped Zoho in this journey, and as well as talk about some industry trends. Hopefully you find it interesting. First talking about Zoho, obviously calling me on the stage is not an indication of what Zoho is yesterday. It has been an effort of over 26 years, and that's how long it has taken for us to be where we are today. And one of the most important attributes there, I believe, is patience, right? Patience in hiring talent, patience in nurturing talent, giving them the time to pick up the right skill, patience in looking at the efforts of the fruits of our effort, patience in technology adoption. So I would say one important attribute both for industry, defense, academia is to kind of have this patience, because actually patience is in short change nowadays, right? And I always joke, especially in software, if you have a problem, you can fix everything in the next release, right? And it's very easy to make a change and kind of put it out. But if you have to deal with some electronics and hardware, to that extent, any change, it has a big impact. So this virtue of patience is very important. So that's, I would say, one attribute from Zoho that I wanted to share. And the second attribute I could think of is engineering first mindset, or engineering first organization. So based on my reading, I believe that in countries like Japan and Germany, you find this a lot, where kind of engineers are leading the organization. So the sales and marketing do help, they kind of amplify the effort, but the most important thing is the engineers are leading the organization, and that's why you see that some of these companies do very well in technology. So this engineering first mindset, so what that would mean is, irrespective of the hierarchy, being very technical, being hands-on, giving the space for the engineers to express themselves, listening to their views. So these kind of become more important if an organization has to be rooted in technology and kind of evolve, right? So one is patience, second is this engineering mindset, and third I would say is like a more open mindset, right? If you were to look at some of these big companies, if you were to go back in history and read about them, it would be very surprising where they started and where they ended. Like if you were to look at something like Samsung, right? It was like a trading company, right? And from there, over 50 years, it kind of evolved into being a global manufacturing company. Or take LG, right? LG again, cosmetics, chemical cosmetics. From there to electronics. And then I would say, okay, one example which may not be very apt is Nokia, right? Wood pulp paper company, right? From there to phones, and then from there to 5G. Why I said it's not very apt is, like, we know the history. But the point is, you look at where they started and where they ended, like, there's no connection at all. So having this open mind to see the signals from the market, and then you maneuver yourself, that is very important. So this engineering mindset, open mind, and having the patience, I would say, are some attributes that helped Zoho in this journey over the last 26 years. I'm sure it exists in some form in every organization, but it's very important to keep reminding ourselves, myself, right, so that it gets into the DNA. Because these are some things that we keep forgetting, so it's always good to use such occasions to reinforce the point, I would say. Talking about industry trends, obviously cybersecurity is super important, and then you have the elephant in the room, AI and autonomous systems, and then quantum. I would say these three are big trends from an industry perspective. Quantum, not so much in the business perspective, but I think in the defense, in the country, in the armed and all that, I would say quantum will initially play a very important role before it trickles down to business. Cyber security, everybody is aware. And now talking about AI and autonomous systems, I think it's a seminal moment in the computing history. There's a lot of debate about the effectiveness as well as the efficiency of these AI systems. So I would say I'm kind of look at it separately. So if you were to look at, I think we are still learning how to use it effectively. So a lot of people think is the large language model that you see, the Gen AI and all that, is that the end of all, or is the last word written on these kind of AI systems? I would say this is just the beginning. So we are still learning how to use it effectively, but I think it is important. It's going to affect the way we work, the way we live, and you also saw it in the current warfare, right? Like some drones and all that. And nowadays people don't talk aircraft. They talk about how many drones were launched from here, how many drones were launched from here. And it has become a game of counting, even during warfare. So I'm sure from there it will start. So AI will affect the way we live, but we are not exactly sure on the effectiveness of it. We are still learning it. And then I would say efficiency will follow. So today a lot of people, when they talk about AI, there is this remark about the amount of energy it takes, right? Like one thing they talk about is if you were to use a GPU card, it's kind of taking 500 watts per card, and our brain is working at 20 watts, right? So is there a better architecture? Is there a better way of using this energy? Yeah, those questions are there. I believe they'll be answered in a right way in the future, but first we are learning how to use it effectively, and that I would say after that we'll surely learn how to use it efficiently. So these three trends about AI, quantum, cyber security, I think that's what we are seeing from the industry perspective that's relevant here. And then apart from that, you have these two big forces, right? The geo-economic fragmentation and tech sovereignty. So even the previous DG sir spoke about it, a big push towards tech sovereignty, and this whole geo-economic fragmentation, it was in the making. So one way we can learn how to navigate, at least from my opinion, would be to go back in time, read in history when these forces are very active and how the various countries reacted to it, right? So that is one way of looking back at history, learning how the world reacted then, and then kind of playing the game forward. So that would be one way of doing it. And in that sense, I would say something of very relevance here would be like, if you were to go back in time and look at 1960s and 70s, the US was like a fountain of technical ideas, right? And if you were to look at the main piece, and I'm sure most of us would be aware, that it was a participation between the defense, the government, the academia, and the industry, right? So all of these coming together, like any of these technologies, you can see how it evolved, especially in the 60s and 70s. So these four parties kind of came together, and I'm sure that's what we are doing here. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So if 26 years of consistent patience, open mindset and engineering first mindset is a secret to Zoho's success, we truly have a lot to take away. Thank you for those inspiring words, sir. Next, I call upon Shri Manoj Jain, CMD Bell, to address the gathering.
Good morning all. Respected guests, virtually connected, guests on the dais, off the dais, and dear friends. Bell was born in 1954, just 4 years before DRDO was born. So when DRDO just born, we were 4-year young child, and we were in defense electronics field, and DRDO also was primarily for defense electronics, although other branches are also equally important like mechanical, chemical and others, but primarily the systems, defense systems by the time 60s and 70s, primarily electronics based, and that's why Bell was a natural so-called production partner for DRDO since beginning of DRDO, and we are happy and proud to be associated with DRDO since beginning and till today. Of course, now there are many more partners. It is a very, very healthy sign. So DRDO is not only depending on DPSU like Bell or HAL, they are now depending on large private industry, MSMEs, and of course the latest is startups. So now all are working together under the overall DRDO umbrella to develop technologies. So main issue here is, have we geared up for working in this type of so-called collaborative model? Because until we develop that type of a processes, we can't have a sustained development taking all of us together. Of course, actually one more pillar I forgot was academia. Academia also plays a very, very important role in this journey because the basic research is done by them. We all, whether startup or industry or DRDO, we are doing more or less applied research. The basic research is done by academia, and Of course, conversion rate of basic to applied research is not that much in India, but it is increasing very fast, and that's why we are now working very, very closely with almost all academia, whether it is DRDO or public sectors like Bell. We are definitely working. Big private sector also I have seen, they are working very, very closely with academia. Startups themselves are an institution in itself, so they feel they can work on their own. But let me touch upon that point only. If startup feels that they can work on their own, they can develop great technology, quick technology, but I feel that may not be sustainable model. Because in sustainable model, we should appreciate technology development by others, and we should appreciate technology related fusion. Because large complex systems actually have multiple technologies in itself. Earlier the basic challenge was electronics and mechanical, like the system engineering and system design. These aspects along with our functional modules, that itself was a great challenge. And we faced that phase also when we were working in two silos, electronics engineer and mechanical engineer within the same electronics industry. And we developed an art and started respecting each other, and that way only great products came out in 80s and 90s. Later on, once this computer science and IT came up, then the real challenge was hardware and software. So how a hardware engineer will never respect software engineer and vice versa. That was the rule of the game. And great products came out when one side started appreciating other side, and they started working as a close team. So from that on, now it has come not only hardware, software, within software itself, there are so many competing technologies, and this data science or AI is the latest such technology which is within the software domain itself, treats themselves or wants to treat themselves as a separate specialist. Again, let me tell you, based on our experience, AI alone cannot do any wonders. AI, when they work with hardware and general framework of software, only can deliver a great product. So, final aim is that how we can work across this technological domain and then across technologies itself. Now these technology, each and every startup can become specialized in one such technology. But with that one technology, great products cannot come. Great products and solutions can come only when multiple technology related expertise sit together. And that sitting together is toughest challenge today. I vaguely remember whether there are in some program 3 or 4 startups really sit together and develop something great. Because when a startup, because they are so agile, they feel, oh, this particular technology, let me put 2 more engineers and develop this myself. With 2 engineers, again, they can develop that technology, just the basic flavor of that technology. But from that, to develop it, to mature it, and to sustain it, it requires, again, different type of ecosystem, different type of infrastructure, mindset, etc. So, startup cannot develop all technology or expertise across all. They have to have their own niche area development and continue to excel in that. But how they can work together, firstly among startups, because that also is, I think, is biggest challenge today as per me is, can few startups work together and develop a bigger technology? Because DRDO or large PSU or large private sector definitely is there as an umbrella for them, but can they develop on their own something more bigger things and more bigger commitments can they do? Then working association between them and big industries or DRDO, I feel will be much more quicker, much more faster, but very, very difficult, let me tell you. My personal experience in this hardware, software or mechanical, electronics, etc. tells that it is easy to say that we can work together, but practically it is really difficult. And there only I feel DRDO and public sectors like Bell definitely should do this type of experimentations, where in one of the program call multiple startups and then overall develop a great technology or a solution. It is my wish, because generally whenever we have taken a project proposal We are only saying, oh, in this particular one, oh, there are 2 or 3 startups. Select one. And the selection process itself is generally very time consuming. And of course, till now it is mainly driven by the L1 philosophy. So which itself actually derails the whole of the so-called innovation or so-called scientific temperament. It puts a brake on that. So we should have, these are the 3 startups in this particular technology area. Very good. Select them by some process, filter them, and tell now you 3 are working together with me. That type of a ecosystem, difficult to believe. I don't know whether it is there in DRDO, but in BEL it is not there till date. Although we aim to have that type of a thing. We have done some small experimentation. Like in one particular technology development, we called one startup to front end, but he should have a back end support from another startup, because we can't directly deal with 2 startups in one program. So we have done something like that innovation, but that is again not a sustainable model. So sustainable model is when we respect and have a process where we filter out and have some best 2, 3, 4 startups for developing that technology and really work together with them. And they should again respect each other. I doubt whether one startup will respect another startup. It is much more bigger challenge, I can tell you, because they are so agile, so want to run fast, everything they want to do themselves, or they will not even have patience of even few days. But systems and sustainable systems cannot be made in few days. It takes months, years, sometimes decades. For a larger system, it takes decades also. So if we have to develop that type of a big systems, that type of complex systems, whether it is a missile systems or aircrafts or something like that, it requires all of us really work together in a synergistic way, in a transparent way, create that type of a framework, that type of a processes, and that type of a respect for each other. In addition, that type of a transparency. Because most of the time, bigger programs involving multiple stakeholders fail or delay just because one of the segment doesn't know what is happening in another segment, and they generally hide sometimes their own failures or their own teething problems, etc. with other one, and most of the time goes in a bigger program waiting for the other subsystems to come or other technology to be matured. So this waiting time, how to reduce, that also requires a slightly more open environment, a transparent environment where everybody really shares where he is, so that the other party can really support him or really plan for real integration of this technology at the right time. Most of the programs which I have seen have not failed because of technological challenges. Very few, I can tell you. Most of them are because of managerial challenges. And one of the managerial challenges is working together, having this type of a processes, respecting each other, transparently telling where they are and how they can really work together. So this type of framework is required for all of us if we have to develop great technological, complex and bigger solutions, products and solutions. And that's why this framework, the onus lies now on the youngest entry. So youngest entry is the startups. So onus lies on them, how they are adapting themselves and changing themselves to work in this type of environment, respecting firstly themselves across them, and then trying to adapt to big industry or DRDO or DPSU's way of working. Of course, we are also changing. We are also making ourselves more and more younger to work with the startup ecosystem. That is definitely required, and we all are continuously changing ourselves. But DPSU and DRDO have some limitation because we have to follow some processes. Processes make us more and more transparent, and that's why some delays are there in this decision making process of selection, etc. But we are continuously improving ourselves. The way we were working last 10 years itself, you might have seen much more agility in the working of DRDO, DPSU or big industries. So we are also trying to catch up and learn from your way of working. But I feel you also have to equally learn how to work in this type of a complex scenario. So it is a mutual learning for all of us, and that's the platform like this, where we can do brainstorming, we can come out with ideas, suggestions, solutions, and see how we can really work in a synergistic way and develop some great defense technologies for our country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for specifying the importance of building sustainable models and the importance of collaboration of startups. I now request Dr. B.K. Das, DS and DG, to address the gathering.
Good morning, friends. On the VC, the chief guest of today's program, Dr. Samir V. Kamath, Secretary DD&D and Chairman DRDO. Thank you so much, sir, that you could join on VC. We are absolutely feeling you are with us. Also on VC, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Mashalkar, sir. I have been a huge fan of him always. Thank you so much, sir, finding time at such early time and joining us, and we look forward for your guidance for a great India ahead. On the dais, just now you heard Chairman and Managing Director, BEL, Sri Manoj Jainji, and CEO from Joho. Very special person, very special company on the current environment. Very happy that you could manage to come and join us. Director General Technology Management, Sri L.C. Mangal, again a very, very prime role in DRDO in its new incarnation, where we transform and go forward for the next generation technology. And of course, Mr. Rajiv Marathe, the Center Head for the CASDIC, who was welcomed and who is spearheading the program. Of the dais, all my loving Director Generals, my DMC mates, so happy to see all of you here. UK Singh Sahab, Pratik Kishorji, most powerful man of DRDO, additional financial advisor, and of course, the lifeline of DRDO, Director General HR, who gives us the breathe-in with scientists and all the support staffs, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi ji, Dilip ji here as Director of ADE, and Madam has joined, wonderful, welcome ma'am. Director General for Microelectronics Devices and Systems, so she is what is really solving our problem of semiconductors. And of course, all the directors, CDA, IFAs, all of you, and the most important, the hero of today's event, all our loving industries of Hindustan. I think it's a great moment for me and all my directors of my clusters. Yes, and huge, they deserve a huge round of applause. I must tell you one thing here at the beginning of it. When we thought of this program, let me confess, it's my home, you all are my family. God is so kind, I never thought it will unfold this way. We started with a meager number. We thought, okay, in electronics, we'll have some discussions for 2 days to understand what is the next go-ahead for electronics, how do we reform, how do we go forward to define a new India. But you'll be very happy to know, till today morning, I was finding a number of more than 250 industries across and 500 plus participants coming to this show from industries. I think it doesn't happen always. It doesn't happen always. Please don't mistake it that it is because Bangalore. I bet it, had it been in Dhehradun, had it been in Hyderabad, had it been in Delhi or any part of the country, this number would have come. Because this number is not to respect Bangalore, this number to establish the confidence of industries to DRDO. I think that means a lot in the current occasion to DRDO. And of course, my apology to many of the industries, because when I entered in the early hours, my people says another 25 industries are still requesting. I said call everyone, but probably one man per industry so that they carry the message. All are my guests, but unfortunately due to the space scarcity, we are not able to. It's clearly visible. This entire auditorium is jam-packed, and you will know that another 150 guys are accommodated on the top hall, that's also jam-packed, and probably there are many more outside, on the lawn, on the ground, still some struggling on the registration desk. So that in a summary says what DRDO is today, what DRDO industry synergy is today. I thought this program is to synergize industries. I never knew industries already synergized with DRDO. It's a wonderful moment for me, for everyone here. Let's have next 48 hours, a game-changing event for all of us. Friends, We just thought it, we crafted it in some specific ways. Yes, across DRDO, we are covering across the country with various programs, various events. In these events, couple of new things we have added, as Mr. Rajiv has pointed out. We wanted to throw open some game-changing ideas from industries, from startups, from MSMEs, and from everyone. And you'll be very happy to know, more than 100 game-changing ideas we have received in a span of just 15 days. And hats up to that committee headed by Pinaki Sen and all of them, how they could define who is the best, who is the second best, who is the third. It's a Herculean task. They met me, but I can tell you, as a matter of selections, the committee has done few selections and few categories. But for me, all you 100 set champions and all those great ideas, if it is really materializes to the great product, it is going to transform my country, India. And we are there, all great industries are here. It is not alone DRDO, definitely DRDO, TDF, all our programs, we are going to support some of these ideas. But I throw open those idea challenges. I think most of them have come in our souvenir. I request all the big industries to give shelter to all those great ideas for our startups. Give them an incubation, transform those products to realities that it will definitely feature in building our new India. This is one. The other one, all along we talk about industries. Industries have a great and the major role to play. It's the time to rate the industries as well. We started coming out with a novel idea based on their performances, based on their contributions, based on their turnover, based on their subjects they have worked with us. Let us rate our industries so that that inspiration comes in. I think from the childhood, our system is such. When we have studied, one guy becomes first, second one always wants to become first. So the whole purpose here is not to discriminate industries. The purpose is to rate them so that everyone would like to reach that strong pillar of success. More than that, lots of open houses, lots of round tables, lots of parallel discussions. I think 48 hours is just packed. My request is you should forget your mobile, throw it at somewhere for the 48 hours. It should not distract you. These 48 hours, we should all be together. We should all discuss together, understand each other to what CMD Bell says. A time has come to break the barriers, understand how, rather than competing with each other, how can collaborate with each other, how together we can create a new India, a great India. I think that is what is the whole trigger with these 2 days are for. Having said so, let me confess, 2 days cannot convert every dream to reality, but these 2 days can trigger. We are missile guys. A missile needs just a trigger to travel thousands of kilometers. So these 2 days of trigger is going to ignite so many missile firepowers in this hall that you carry forward my country to the next level and take that as an ignition from all of you and fire your hunger within and create a great country, India. Friends, if we look at country India today, 50 years back, if we look at our economy, we are trailing behind London, we are trailing behind Paris. Today, after 50 years, not only that, we have overcome their country called England and France. Today, we are the 4th largest economy. It means a lot. Today, we are targeting to be a $10 trillion economies in future. Yes, never anybody could think. I'll tell you a simple example. When Bisleri water come into the market, people laughed at it. Nobody could think Indians could pay money to buy water to drink. And today, you see, our life is incomplete without Bisleris. So what do you mean? The thinking has changed. The transformation has happened. This is the time where nobody could think that India could really declare Atmanirbhar Bharat. India could think of fighting a war with its own weapon systems, designed by its own organization, developed by its own industries, and meeting the surge capabilities by the large scale. It happened. You have seen the lifeline of 72 or 96 hours of the war, where you talk about BrahMos, you talk about Akash, you talk about anti-drone systems and whatnot. Each one of them were designed by DRDO, developed by all of you, and delivered to the armed forces. And my salute to the armed forces who could trust this weapon to fight the war. As you know, in a war, unlike any tournament, there is no runners-up. Either you win or you perish. When you look for such a challenge and you trust the weapon designed and developed by your country, I tell you, it requires a million heart inside, a strong rock-hard heart, and a coolest brain to conduct such event. So a huge round of applause I request for our armed forces who trust our systems. Friends, having said so, armed forces trust us. Hats up to our Prime Minister who has given that mandate that war will be fought with weapon designed and developed by this country. It requires a phenomenal responsibility on all of us. The design has to be perfect, done by one agency. The development has to be perfect, done by another. The product has to be coming by another industries, and the surge of numbers have to happen from another industry, wherein the warfield masters picks up at random a particular weapon and it must work with a single trigger. That's the kind which requires a volume about our quality, our reliability, our consistency of performance and whatnot. So if all these are the challenges ahead in front of us, why I'm telling all this before you? Because you are my India. You are the people who are going to define the next course of India. You are the people who are going to create the India which is second to none. So this must trickle down to the blood of all of you. Your heart should beat with this particular thinking that the product I am making, even the last person of an industry who is tightening a bolt onto your missile should know that the perfect tightening of the bolt can make the missile perfect and a little loosening can make a devastation. So it's not a question of the director of the lab, or it's not a question of a particular individual who is responsible for it. The head of DRDO is responsible for it. I think it's a collective responsibility of one and all till the last man around the target that everything has to be done perfect. I still remember that simple line when that one lady was brooming in NASA and one person was asked her, "Ma'am, what are you doing?" She had a very candid answer. "I am helping the man to reach the moon through NASA." This is the kind of ownership which every single individual of an industry, of an organization, a great organization like DRDO owns it, then country will be owned by all of us. True sense. And we all feel proud of this country. Friends, it's a huge, huge responsibility for all of us, and I'm sure we will be in a form to do it. Having said so, the new statement is reform, inform, transform. There are so many forms have come up. Yes, reforms, you will be very happy to know DRDO is in the path of reforms. Hats up to our leader, Kamath sir, and all of us, all the directors generals, everybody here. We all are thinking for years, how do we change ourselves? We have all understood the time has come for DRDO to have a reformed DRDO. Transformations of a DRDO. It's the new DRDO 2.0. We all think about our procurement process, our project management, our way of sanctioning projects, our thinking process, our approach towards a problem, and how we divide the problems for the best of the systems. That's all is being done throughout. And lots have come up. Probably as the time comes ahead, you will get to know many of it. I am sure in next 2 days, few of those reforms will be informed to all of you in this great forum. But reforms should be informed provided you give a commitment that you get transformed. Otherwise, you can go to doctor, he can give you medicine. If you don't take, you don't get cured. So my suggestions to all of you, let's all get transformed. This transform is the most challenging out of all this. Transform is in the mindset. You understand, somebody talked about Nokia. I will give the counter example of Nokia. Nokia is one company, due regards to the company, it resisted to the change and transformation to the smartphones. And today you see where Nokia is. It's the same reason. The dinosaur, if you talk about such a huge animal, it just couldn't adjust to the change and it just got extinct. So the fact has come today, we all have to change. And a very simple theory. Embrace the challenge, embrace the change. And I said in some forum, choice and change can never live together. If you have a choice, you can never change. If you wish to change, you should never have a choice. So today, we have no choice other than to transform, embracing all the reforms which DRDO has brought it out, and transformation in the mind. I think CMD Bell has brought out very clearly. If we want to build an ecosystem, it can't happen if all the DPSUs have the huge turnover in this country. It will be something like a person which has got a beautiful face but a very long nose or a very long finger. Nobody accepts that. It's required that an overall holistic growth has to happen in the country, for which the chief of DPSU here is Bell is there. You have to embrace people. You have to carry all the industries together. Let us respect the supply chain. Let us say the startup encouraged to do. See, everything we can do. Probably, if you don't report at home, we can say that we can do a much better cooking than probably what happens at home. But do we step into the kitchen? Should never do that danger. Every house, every room is defined for somebody for a purpose. Let's respect that. And I expect all the DPSUs, all the large industries today, Tata is here, L&T is here, all of them are here. You should embrace down the line. If a small, good job is done by startup, embrace it, accept it, put it in your system. Never threaten him that, yes, what's a great job you have done here? I can do it. I was doing it 20 years back. Yes, you are doing it. But today, you can do it, but you are not supposed to do it. If you all being done by you, how others will survive? How the ecosystem will come up with? How do you meet the surge capability? Today the war is extending for years. It is no more 3-4 days, months war. If you have to have a great weapon has to remain great till the 3rd year or the 4th year of the war. Then only we say it as a great system. It can happen when the ecosystem delivers, not an individual. So please embrace our ecosystems. Give that responsibility to the startups. Come out with some great ideas. We as DRDO are completely transforming. We are all throwing open challenges to all of you. Come forward to us what you can do. If you can do large systems, we are for you. You are going to do aircrafts? Yes, the time has come for the country. Today, if we are going to do a AEW&C, why are we depending on an import aircraft? India is such a huge country. Can't we think of making such large systems? Can't we think of making the engine of the country as ecosystems, not DRDO alone? I think it is a collective responsibility of the country that our fighters should have a power of Indian engine with Indian power. I think this responsibility has to be owned by everyone. We should all come forward, sit together, have plans. Our government is there to support us. Let's have long-term goal, how to make India a great country. I think the next 2 days will unfold many such ideas. I request each one of you, please don't be grouped together. If there are somewhere we have adjusted 2-3 companies together, if I see you sitting together, meeting together, talking together, though I am your host, I will be ruthless. You all have to spread your wings, meet each other, discuss with everyone, get some ideas, let some great germination happens here. I will conclude with 2 lines. Somebody requested me yesterday on my standard style, I should conclude one. ECS has driven this program along with full support from Director General TM at the joint patrons. I must tell you, electronics is there everywhere and things are driven by electronics. But if we want to expand ECS, I have thought it something yesterday night. ECS stands for Energizing Country Through Synergy. That is ECS. And that's the reason this synergy has happened today. And if you want to conclude with my pet line again, friends, my country India starts with you. My country India gets initiated through you, the industries. If I expand India today, I stands for industries. Without industries, my India is not complete. N stands for the nascent forces. My startups, my MSMEs, who gives the real firepower for the next generation warfare. D stands for DRDO. I stands for the incubation centers who are all grooming through my academic campus. And A stands for academia. These are the 5 pillars which takes the country to the next level, make India second to none and the global firepower. I am sure together with the commitment of all of you, my India will be the greatest India. Thank you so much. Love you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for that very inspiring speech. Your numbers and the confidence that industries have in DRDO is a testimony to DRDO's expertise and agility. Now I request our dignitaries to join us from the front row for our next address. Our next address is by Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Anand Mushelkar. Dr. Mushelkar
Can you see the first slide? Yes. Yes, very good. Thank you very much. Shall I start?
Yes, just 1 minute, sir. So Dr. Mushelkar is known for his world-class scientific research in polymer science and imaging, and the concept of Gandhian engineering, which he has pioneered. He's an influential leader in shaping technology and science and innovation policies in India and around the world. Over to you, sir.
Yes. Can I talk? Sir, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Secretary, DDR&D and Chairman DRDO, respected Dr. Satish Kamath, my very dear friend Dr. Vinay Das, the large gathering of our industrial friends, the family of DRDO, ladies and gentlemen. I must thank Dr. Vinod, first of all, for giving this opportunity. And it's a real pleasure, real privilege. The topic I have chosen is leveraging public-private partnership towards Indian technology leadership. I want to begin by paying my humble tributes to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He has been my guru, my guide, my friend, my philosopher, my icon. We have had a long-lasting relationship. And Dr. Das, this reminds me of 1993 when I got a call from Dr. Kalam when he was heading DRDO. And he said, Mr. we are going to have the meeting of all the DRDO directors, and I want to ask you to start this particular meeting by saying something inspiring. And what would you speak on? And he didn't ask me whether I will or not. He had the right to say that we will do it. And I said, fine, sir. What will you talk on? And I remember I said I will talk on fighting it in the marketplace. He said, what does that mean? I said, 1991 we liberalized, we opened up, the tariff barriers have vanished, and we, particularly in a laboratory like NCR, I was NCR director then, we have to fight the multinationals in products on which they have spent millions of dollars. And we have to create something that beats them. So he said that's fine, and that was a talk. Anyway, I'll come back to something that happened in that talk a little later. So 1993, so it is 7 plus 25, 32 years after I have had this opportunity to address these gatherings, so grateful to you. I want to begin by saying that we are all here while looking at technology leadership. In 1998, I had given the 16th C.D. Deshmukh Memorial Lecture, 1999. And I talked about what are the technology options any nation has. There are 5 options. Make, buy to make better, making to buy better, and make it together. Let me explain. Make is what we have been doing, guys, from these two methods. Buy, yes, when somebody is willing to give you the technology. And many times, as you have experienced yourself, for love or money, the technology is not available. And it's not only in the strategic sector, by the way. Even in other areas, technologies may not be available. They are so proprietary. The third one is buying to make better. That means when you look at the TRL levels, TRL 1 to 9, you don't have to start from TRL 1. You can pick up a technology which could be at TRL 6, 7, and move on from there. And that quietly happens. So we always have the option of either making or buying to make better. For example, KPIT Technology, I chaired Innovation Council, they have created their own sodium ion batteries. Whereas Reliance, on whose board I have been for 17 years, they have gone for Veridion and got it at TRL 7, and they are making it into TRL 9. So the choice is ours. Then making to buy better, and there is nothing like this because supercomputer was denied, high performance supercomputer was denied, and it's a famous story of CDAC, how they came into being, and they created the same company which had denied us, wanted to set up a stop once we developed our capability. Right? So you can extend your hand, but basically whether to shake hand or not depends upon the other partner. And the stronger your hand, like Dr. Kalam taught us, the better it is in terms of partnership. And finally, making it together, because we have that power. And I'm very happy to see that DRDO has followed the making it together as a very smart strategy. And everything that you see on the screen, I'm very proud of. Starting with light combat aircraft and look at the partnership that we have. Very proud that I was the DJ of CSR when NL was participating in developing the carbon-carbon composites. The supersonic cruise missile, which we partnered with Russia. the ballistic missile and missile defense system. You can see the partnerships. Main battle tank, advanced towed artillery gun systems. Look at HSTDV or the naval system, the indigenous radar sensors. Everywhere you see partnership. I'm very proud to see technology transfer to the best manufacturing ecosystem of more than 1,500 of them to the Tatas and L&T, Bharat Post, and the last but not the least, the Alex startups. So PPP, public-private partnership, is something that Drdo has always believed in and have done remarkably well. Now, years of hard work of Drdo, when Operation Sindoor was going on, I was trying to see what difference Drdo has made. I am not a great expert, but I put down something which I felt very proud of. The indigenous systems, crime precision strikes, electronic warfare, air striker rifling, mutations, enable covert precision attacks up to 100 kilometers. Then your depot anti-drone system utilize hostile UAVs. Akash missile system protected airways with autonomous multi-target engagements. ISS is fused radar, UAV and missile data for real-time targeting. AI models integrated 26 years of data for 94% accurate threat predictions. Some more mobile network ensure encrypted battlefield communication, independent of foreign apps. Indigenous state defeated Chinese and Turkish drones, missile systems effectively. So, as a citizen, I feel very, very proud of Drdo, and taste was really Operation Sindoor. I want to share some of my own experiences. I've been the DG of CSR for 11.5 years, and we have learned something by this meeting together, because I strongly believe in it. It was 25 years ago that we created this new Indian Technology Leadership Initiative, and the key word was leadership. And this was India's biggest and boldest public-private partnership, set up 25 years ago, based on grand challenges, by the way, nothing else. Then there were 418 partners, 318 public and private. Talent, technology, and trust. Trust are most important. And we need, India's challenge is not so much budget deficit, it is trust deficit. And trust between industry, the government, the society is the key. Then I call it not venture capital, but adventure capital provided by the government. Why? Because we are taking challenges where technologies have not been done before, developed before. And government was providing sort of funding to the private sector. That was unusual. Normally it is the other way around. This was the key because we took grand challenges. And I'm not a great believer in best practice, because best practice is something that you follow or somebody else who has done the best practice. We have to create our own best practice. We become the best practice for the rest of them. Take just one program like CSR's program. Now, if you see this chart very carefully, you will find that Indian industry played safe, where markets were certain and technologies were certain. New Millennium Indian Technology Leadership went to where markets were uncertain and technologies were uncertain. Right? That was really taking big risks. And we entered the area where no one talked about hydrogen economy. 25 years ago, nobody talked about it. And we considered the Nimitli program. The most important part was industry participation from the beginning. Right from the conceptualization to design. Because normally we develop a technology and then go to the industry. No, they will become partners right from day one. And there are several stages through which we went through. This is just a summary of Nimitli. It was a mere 7.41 INR billion, and there were industry initiative project as well as institution initiative project. And the technology that emerged, there were 31, but technology that were commercialized, there were 12. I would take a few examples of these, but want to quote here, because Dr. Saraswat committee was created by the government to actually look at the Nimitli, and this is what they said. The committee appreciates the efforts and achievements of Nimitli in terms of leveraging synergy of national innovation system through creation of desired networks of industry, national laboratories, R&D institutions, academia, for developing well-positioned technology and products through focused and well-positioned projects. Several of technologies have been. The word synergy is very, very critical, and that's why I love the title of the program, Samanvay, because Samanvay means synergy, coordination, harmony, conjunction, and solidarity, basically the same spirit. What did we achieve? Just 2-3 examples. For example, Central Labs, you can see Ravi Pandit here, first indigenous to develop hydrogen fuel cell bus with the partnership where you see Dr. Ashish Ghere, a genius engineering scientist, the current director of NCL. I stand proudly with what they have developed. What is more important, that in terms of cost performance, it beat the best that was available. For example, $400 per kilowatt compared to $1,000 to $1,200, globally a 95% utilization, which is close to 100% now. Our Honorable PM launched India's first hydrogen powered ferry built at Cochin shipyard, and that was based on the hydrogen fuel cell system done jointly in the PPP format, and this Harinauka project and greening the waterways. This is just the beginning, and I think this is something that will give incredible leadership to India, because in cost performance it beats the best in the world, and currently the public procurement systems are actually this scaled up and moves forward. What I want to emphasize is that when we do things, we do them so cost effectively. If you look at the military budget for 13 years, it was 10 times lower than the US DOE budget for 1 year for the same goals. For example, CSI military was just $7 million. And if you look at Department of Energy, in 1 year they had spent $77 million for developing similar fuel cell systems for transportation. So therefore, in terms of intellectual capital dollars that we use, that is the highest. And if you see this chart that I prepared, where I looked at publications, research publications in peer-reviewed journals, and if you look at the ratio of R&D US dollars spent per R&D US dollars spent in India, or the same output, you can see India is a leader. Well ahead of UK, Australia, China, Germany, US, Japan. Or in other words, what it says is that what Germany spends $6 in to get an output, we get it in $1. And that is our biggest comparative advantage. That does not mean the government should reduce the budgets. The government must increase the budgets so that we can be even more competitive. And this has been captured in my book, which was released last month. It is called More from Less for More People. It implies affordable excellence. It implies making high technology work for the poor. It implies access equality despite income inequality. I'm very happy to see the response in the first 4 weeks, 3,000 copies have been sold of this because of the message. The message is extremely important. It's about India's competitiveness. There's a paper, Ajay Shah is a eminent economist and Susan Thomas is also an economist. I am a scientist. But we came out together to look at the rethinking of the innovation policy in India, amplifying spillovers through contracting out. And there, basically, we are talking about a strategy which will induce knowledge and capabilities in the society by contracting out to the public spending to private sector. It's a very long paper, but I'll just pick up PPP lessons from defense procurement in France. For example, PP French military doctrine, and there is a large private sector presentation here in this audience. So France developed its own mix of public and private sector defense industry when it chose to preserve defense strategy autonomy. It directly purchased research outputs from firms as part of development program, offering R&D tax credits. Actually, the French military budget decreased from 2.69% of GDP in 1992 to 1.84%. But budget for defense R&D remained constant. It's interesting, we show 10% increase in government spending on defense R&D in France correlates with 5 to 6% increase in private R&D. Because one of the great concerns in India has been that of low spending by the private R&D and how government spending judiciously and how it sort of can help. And of course they had the contracting mechanism, like fixed price contracts were preferred, they are highly flexible in nature with frequent renegotiations. There are responsibility clause in case of cost escalation, the party responsible for the escalation bears the cost. High level of local competition for subcontracts, the bidder has incentive to place as low a bid as possible. And in case of cost overruns, competition can protect the award decision. This serves as a deterrent against impossibly low bids, something that we can learn. And 80% of the NASA budget is contracted out to private entities, including startups, as we all know. So there are some new lessons in terms of private sector participation in this paper. Please do read it. I was looking at the startup ecosystem about which a reference was made. To me, the Israeli model looks very interesting because DD&D partners with 300 plus startups, 2025 state-backed VC guarantee mobilizes 300 million of private defense investment. The Israel Defense Forces operational loop ensures real-time take feedback. Any idea of units like unit 8,200, they use the startup talent, handles, showcases startup collaboration. AI and cyber startup deliver battlefield-ready predictive solutions. And active defense startups are doubled to 300 plus by 2025. It's a very interesting model to look at. But we are no less. I'm very happy to see DRDO's welcome initiatives for startups like IDEX, the Innovation for Defense Excellence, which here, the Technology Development Fund, the Dare to Dream Innovation Contest, the Startup Partners for Development and Production Partners, collaboration with Centers of Excellence, and access to DRDO test facilities. We are absolutely on the right track. I'm very happy to see these DRDO's open royalty to patent licensing, which enables startups to deliver more for less for more. This DRDO patent filing, I have a little story to tell you. What happened was that 1993, when I began my speech, I talked about how we were making national chemical laboratory into international chemical laboratory by changing the paradigm to patent publish and prosper. And this was being done in a laboratory where 39 years we did not have a single US patent. In 89, when I took over, and in 91, we licensed out $1 million worth 3 US patents to GE. In polycarbonates where they were world leaders, so other people could do it rather than copying reverse engineering, doing power engineering. I mentioned that. And I use the word patent literacy. What is literacy? It is reading and writing. You read it in such a way that you can bypass the patent, and write it in such a way that nobody can bypass it. And I remember Dr. Kalam is such a humble human being. People say, you call me Mr. Technology of India, but I am patent institute of India. Tell me how to be useful for DRDO. And I remember giving some ideas, and in his typical style, he called somebody, hey, listen to Mashilkar, and sort of, I know the kind of march that DRDO has now made in patents, and their filings and grants have steadily improved. The zero royalty and open license policy supports industry collaboration. And I think the challenge is that Edison has said we can always do better, like commercializing patents into real industrial products remains a challenge, not for you, for everyone, including CSR. Patent to product conversion timelines we have to improve, and we need more filings in frontier technologies like quantum and advanced materials. The state has to come in. I'll just take 5 minutes and finish. Maharashtra State Innovation Startup Policy, for example, I have been the co-chairman. And I remember we said that we will take startups from the criteria of prior experience and turnover, because the standard tendering processes will not simply work. Where is the 10-year experience otherwise? You got startup. And we created a separate procurement policy that will be drafted by the government. And this was the framework that we use. I'll come back to that in order to pass. This is the purchase policy. You can see the chief minister and the governor having a startup week. During this time, we had a competition and winners will get government pilots and without tendering, basically. And there will be 12 months of hand-holding that was sort of decided. And I want to just take you through one example, Cyber Defense Engineering. So this was the winner of Master Startup Week. And one work order passing the assured test and without following ADO tendering process, deployed clean three water bodies using water drones and corrected 1.7 tons of polluting, and then they got orders from Nagpur and Mumbai. This was opening of the door for them, okay, without following tendering practices. And then you can see cyber defense expanded its scope into unmanned marine vehicles, went on to provide unmanned marine vehicles for commercial defense and scientific purpose in maritime sector, and developed an ocean robot for the Indian Armed Forces, which can collect ocean data in real time. And they have moved forward now. Developed India's first weaponized unmanned surface boats for Navy, contracts out of Alex Quinn, partner with Drdo and BL for production of supplied weaponized boats and underwater drone systems, and completed cyber marathon. What I'm saying is that just opening that door without following the tendering process, technology and trust, you can see how long they have come. So it's an innovative public procurement policy, because that always comes in the way. I remember Amitabh Khan approaching me to say, what are those things which can change India? And he published this in Part Ahead. I won't have time to sort of go through that, but I have created a public procurement policy suggestion, which was for innovation as well as off innovation, for both specifying level of performance or functionality, and all the ministries mandated to publish long-term demand forecasts in advance. The procurement agencies for ministries should be those specific targets for innovation procurement. For example, we have just revised our innovation policy in Maharashtra state, and 1% of the budget must be spent of every department on public procurement. There are other aspects, for example, field implementation, the procurement platform, public procurement resource center, and I will not go through everything like standardization being a catalyst, and to achieve transparency, design a legal framework which will improve easily understanding definitions. And that is where this book that I wrote, Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting, there was a chapter 3, because I felt that India was not just leapfrog but pole vault. And we have done that. For example, until 2016, there was one startup, one unicorn per year. In 2021, I had one unicorn per week. This is pole vaulting. Right? And look at, for example, in 2017, we were 157 in mobile data consumption. After Jio came, within 1 year, we were number 1, and today we are number 1. From 157, we did not leapfrog to 200, but pole vaulted to number 1, and the rest has followed, of course. But somebody asked me a question: how do you make sure that there is a success of startups when public procurement is done? And this is the assured innovation framework that we created, that is chapter 3. It has to be affordable, scalable, sustainable, universal, rapid in terms of speed, excellence in terms of technology, and distinctive, not me-too. And each of them are quantifiable. And you can just see that if you fail the assured framework, these are the tests of time of business failure with a greatly successful BlackBerry, Nokia phones, Kodak, etc. They all failed because some of these assured parameters were not fulfilled. I'm very happy that when Swachh Bharat Mission was created by the Honorable Prime Minister, I was made the chairman of the committee to get the best technologies for drinking water and sanitation. And we started using this assured framework for the first cleaning. And I'm very happy that it has spread now to research institutes, startups, SMEs, corporates, investors, innovation accelerators, government departments, as well as policymakers. I won't have time to elaborate that, but I can say that when you are saying go do away with the standard tendering process, but there is this tough screen, by the way, which has to be used in order to do that. The last slide, how do we make our DRDO whole world to a new future? And I'm very happy to see, I've been following very closely, very proudly, that you have now created defense innovation ecosystem expansion. There is a great private sector participation. I think today's meeting is a great meeting, Vinay, that you have created. In global defense exports, one is living out. Aspirations are our possibilities. Dual-use technologies which can be used in civil applications. There is international collaboration strategically. There is a policy support for Atmanirbharta, and we are already working on next generation warfare domains. So this is a real forward. I'm very, very proud of DRDO and all our best wishes with you. I'd like to end by what General Bipin Rawat had said. Somebody presented to him the Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting book. He read it through and through, and he had said, time has come to move from leapfrogging to pole vaulting. I'm quite sure that if he was alive, he would have been very happy to see the way the DRDO is pole vaulting to a great new future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So in Dr. Kalam's words, stronger the handshake, stronger the partnership. And that is what this forum aims to achieve. Now I request Dr. Sameer V. Kamath, Secretary DDR&D and Chairman DRDO, to address the gathering.
Dr. Mashelkar, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Dr. Mashelkar, Dr. Das, Shri Dave, Shri Mangal, Shri Marathe, dignitaries in the audience, esteemed colleagues from industry, startups and DRDO labs, a very good morning to all of you. I would have liked to be there physically. Unfortunately, some very important meeting came up today afternoon, so I have to address all of you through this video conference. I think my job has been made very easy by Dr. Mashelkar as well as Dr. Das. Whatever I wanted to say has already been said. But I will use this opportunity at the outset to congratulate the organizers for setting up such a beautiful program, Samanvay, to discuss how we can build DRDO industry synergy. Today, India stands at a pivotal moment. There is a geopolitical churn going on. We are moving from a unipolar world to a multipolar world, where India is going to play a strong role as one of the poles. Technology is changing dramatically. A lot of disruptive technologies have emerged, which are not only influencing economies, but also influencing the way wars are fought. Earlier, wars were fought only on air, land, and sea. Now you have two more domains, space, cyber, and I would say information warfare is also becoming a very important domain. So this is the right time to pole vault and not leapfrog, as Dr. Mashelkar very eloquently pointed out in his presentation. This is our opportunity to achieve technology leadership. All these years we were followers. We were doing mostly systems which were done in the West or in Russia. maybe 5 years, 10 years back, and you were chasing those same specifications what they had done. And when you're chasing something, it is difficult to catch up because, as Dr. Mashelkar mentioned, these Western countries spend much more than us on R&D. So catching up was always going to be difficult. But this is the moment where the technology disruption is giving us that chance to hold on. This is our moment to make sure that our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of India becoming a Viksit Bharat as well as a technology leader is possible. And this will be possible only if we all work together. It is necessary that we create an entire R&D ecosystem in the country, which consists of academia, startups, MSMEs, public sector industry, private sector industry, as well as R&D organizations such as CSIR, DSP, DRDO. Because today, in today's world, there has to be civil-military fusion. A lot of the technologies are actually developing much faster in the civilian domain. For example, artificial intelligence, communication. In these technologies, the leadership is in the civilian domain, not the military domain. So we have to learn how we can leverage these technologies from the civilian domain into the military domain. Then there are certain technologies which have to be necessarily addressed only in the military domain because they don't have dual use. Those technologies we have to focus on in DRDO and ensure that working collaboratively with academia, startups, we achieve leadership in those. Conferences or workshops such as this or synergy meets such as this give us an opportunity to talk to each other, understand our problems, issues which need to be resolved. Over the last 1 year, this year has been declared as the year of reforms in Ministry of Defence. We have brought in a lot of reforms. Some of them have been implemented, some of them will get implemented in the next month or so. And I'm sure during this meet, these reforms will be presented by the various speakers who will present in the next 2 days. So I will not state them here. But as Dr. Das rightly pointed out, the reforms is just the first step. We have to have the mindset to now transform. Using these reforms, we have to transform and then perform. Only then can we achieve our dream. I am sure with all my colleagues already present there, they will listen to the ideas which are being promoted or proposed by the industry for some quick innovation as well as for cutting edge R&D which takes sustained time. And I can assure you from DRDO headquarters, we will take all your ideas seriously and try to find mechanisms of funding it through PDF or through any other mechanism to ensure that they come to fruition. So my best wishes to all of you who are gathered in Bangalore today, and I'm sure the deliberations that you will have over the next 2 days will be very successful and will push the country to the next step or pole vault the country to technology. So thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, sir. The dimensions of warfare are expanding, but so are our nation's defense dimensions. Now, we arrive at the release of a publication that encapsulates the spirit of innovation, excellence, and leadership. Now I request our dignitaries to join us on the dais for the release of the souvenir. I also call upon the stage the team behind the souvenir, Dr. Pant, Dr. Pandian, and Ms. Tejaswini. Let's give the souvenir team a round of applause. This souvenir is a collation of rich technologies and innovation ideas from industry and DRDO. It is a testament to the groundbreaking work and visionary leadership that continues to shape our national defense landscape. Thank you, dignitaries. We will now have the ceremonial handover of technology. I request our dignitaries to start the event. From Castic Lab, for the handover of D29 EW suite to Bharat Electronics, I call upon Shri Harikumar, Director R&D, and Shri Giriraj, GM. I request the representatives to come and collect the handover. This is for D29 EW suite. From D Lab for the handover of NatSat handheld and NatSat mini terminals to Bharat Electronics, Panchkula, I request Dr. Manish Mathur, AGM D&E, to come and collect the handover. DLRL Lab, Sarang ESM System of Program, Samudrika, to Bell Electronics, TOT to Sri Bhaskar CSU, AGM EWNS, Bell, Hyderabad. We request the Hyderabad team to also receive the handover of Dolphin 2. From IRD, TOT of Laser Beam Rider Guidance System with ELRF to Bharat Electronics Pune, I request Mr. Amul Ramsoge, Deputy General Manager, DNDLS, and Ms. Palika Srivatsava, Manager, DNDLS, to receive the handover. To receive the laser beam rider guidance to BDL Hyderabad, I request Shri G. Cheena, GM New Projects, and Srimati V. Sridevi, AGM DNE, to receive the handover. To receive the TOT of A Thermal Laser Target Designator to Bharat Electronics Pune, I call upon Mr. Amul Ramsoge, Deputy General Manager, DNDLS, and Ms. Palika Srivatsava, Manager, DNDLS. For the TOT of Laser Photoacoustic Spectroscopy to DH Limited Ghaziabad, I call upon Colonel C.V. Gopal, Vice President, and Mr. Shalabh Gupta, Vice President. To receive the same TOT to Enertech Engineering Private Limited, Hyderabad, I request Mr. Vijay Chadda, Chairman, to come on stage. For TOT to Beam Infotech Private Limited, Gurgaon, I call upon Mr. Amit Gupta, Director. For TOT to Naib Limited, Pune, I request Mr. Dhyaneshwar K. Naib, Director R&D, and Mr. Rishikesh, CTO, to receive the handover. and from MTRDC Lab for TOT of M-type dispenser cathode to Panacea Medical Technologies Private Limited, Malur Kolar District, I request Sri G.V. Subramaniam, Managing Director, and Sri Narayan Murthy H.M., Head Manufacturing, to receive the handover. Let this handover mark not just the transfer of knowledge, but the beginning of a new chapter in our collective journey towards industrial excellence. Thank you, dignitaries. Now I request Dr. B.K. Das, DG ECS, to give memento to Mr. Shailesh Kumar Dave, CEO Zoho. I request our DG to hand over the memento to Mr. Manoj Jain, CMD, Bell, as well.
I forgot to mention one thing. This program we have transformed to Arakai from WhatsApp. So most of our transactions have happened in Arakai, an insignia of Indian app.
I request DG Sir to hand over the memento to Mr. L.C. Mangal, DGTM.
Books for DRDO. Wonderful books, you must go through.
And to Mr. Rajiv Marathe, Central Head, Castec. Now I request Mr. Rajiv Marathe to give the memento to Dr. B.K. Das, DG. Thank you, dignitaries. It is now time to acknowledge the contributions of our distinguished guests, partners, and everyone who's worked tirelessly to make the scene a success. I request Dr. Pandian, Director PM, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, distinguished guests and the forum, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Secretary DDR&D and Chairman DRDO, for gracing this occasion through video conference and sharing his valuable insights and inspiring with us his vision and strengthening the nation's defense ecosystem. We also express our deep sense of gratitude to the guest of honor, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. R.A. Mashalkar, for illuminating us with his keynote address on topic of utmost relevance and significance to the entire nation. Our thanks and indebtedness to Dr. B.K. Das, DS and DGECS, for his continuously guiding and mentoring us in conducting this event of this high magnitude with a concept from the state of concept to completion. We also thank Sri L.C. Mangal, DS and DGTM, and his entire team from the support and the guidance and the advice given by their complete team to put up a bigger event of this nature. Our sincere thanks on records are to DG HR and officiating DG PC and SI, and Director I2 TM for conducting this TOT ceremony and providing us this constant encouragement. Our sincere thanks are also to Additional FA and to all the various DGs, DGAs, DG MCC, DG SSS who have come here and then supported us in conducting this event and giving us guidance in conducting this event and making it as a grand success. We are honored to have here CMD Bell on this occasion and sharing his wisdom with us. We are also delighted to have the co-founder of Zoho with us, and thank you very much, sir, for joining us during this event, and also you are being a source of motivation for many of these indigenous industries which are assembled here. We also thank the lab directors and the directors from the headquarters for sparing their invaluable time and sharing their wisdom and their perspectives to make this event a grand success. We also express our gratitude and superlative to all our ECS cluster lab directors for their guidance, support, and encouragement for conduct of this event throughout. Our sincere thanks is also to the finance side from Additional FA, CDA, IFA R&D, Bangalore. Also, we thank all our eminent speakers and panelists for the upcoming sessions. We also thank the delegates from the industries who have put up on a very big show and without whom this event is not going to be possible. Also, the special word of thanks to all the participants from the industry and the DRDO who have traveled all across the country to be part of this Synergy Meet. Your active engagement and enthusiasm has made this event a truly meaningful one. We also sincerely acknowledge the organizing committee from the ECS cluster, from the DRDO headquarters, and all the officers and staff of DG ECS who have meticulously planned this event to seamlessly coordinate and conduct this event and make it as a grand success. As we continue forward with the proceedings, let us carry forward the spirit of partnership and innovation to build a robust, technology-driven, self-reliant defense ecosystem for our nation. If I have missed anyone in Thanksgiving from any of the work center or an individual, it is completely due to my ignorance and not intentional. I thank all of you once again for your great presence and participation in this great Synergy Meet. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request all of you to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तब जय गाथा, जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
It might have been a mic failure, but it truly resonated with our DG sir's speech, the national anthem. Now we'll break for a high tea, and due to paucity of space, tea is arranged at two places. For the VIPs in the lawn opposite to Jeff's, and for participants on the lawn onto my left. I request I request the volunteers to first escort our dignitaries out, and once they are moved out, we request the participants to move towards the lawn.
We request the participants to pay a way for the dignitaries to first go to their high tea area. Later on, we request the participants to join for the high tea on the lawn on the left side. But I request first The dignitaries, please let the dignitaries leave the hall. This is due to paucity of space. I request the organizing team to please escort the dignitaries. So I request the participants also to join for the high tea, which is on the left side of the hall. Thank you.
industrial excellence.
main hall door. We can't do anything. We'll start a first technical session of our event. So our first technical session is pertaining to DRDO policies and reforms for industry enabling. And we know that India has designated 2025 as Year of Defense Reforms. I request all of you to please settle. So we all know that India has designated 2025 as Year of Reforms with a focus on modernizing its armed forces through integrated theatre commands, simplified procurement and adoption of advanced technologies. With this, our first technical session is targeting this, wherein we are talking about DRDO policies, its reforms for industry enabling. So basically, this session is dedicated to exploring the transformative policies and reforms initiated by DRDO to empower Indian industry. So in recent years, DRDO has taken bold strides to reshape India's defense innovation landscape by moving to a closed public sector centric model to a vibrant, inclusive ecosystem that actively engages private enterprises, MSMEs and startups. On this regard, we have come out with new TOT policies. We have established DIA COE centers, as well as we have brought out simplified procurement procedures. So on this regard, I would love to, now I would like to invite our dignitaries, that Shri LC Mangal, DGTM, and Director DPNC, Dr. Sumit Goswami. Thank you, sir. Shri LC Mangal, a distinguished scientist and DGTM of Director General Technology Management, has taken over it on 1st February 2025, and he's earlier worked as Director Deal, and he has spearheaded and conceptualized and developed national standard for SDR software to streamline indigenous ecosystem for SDR design and development, production and maintenance for armed forces and homeland security agencies. Our session co-chair is Dr. Sumit Goswami, Scientist G and Director Planning and Control. He did his PhD and master degrees in Computer Science and Engineering from Indian Institute of Science, Kharagpur. He held the position of Counselor Defense Technology at Embassy of India, Washington, D.C. from 2016 to 2019. And he worked for defense technology cooperation between Government of India and USA. He also held additional responsibility of counselor in the embassy for 2 years and coordinated with Indo-US cooperation related to science and technology. With this, sir, I will now hand over the session to the chair and co-chair.
Good morning. Welcome you all for this very, very important session. It's the first session. Yearly policies and reforms for Indian industry enabling. As mentioned by our Honorable Chairman, Dr. Samir Kamath, that 2025 has been declared as Year of Reforms in MOD, and a lot of game-changing reforms have been worked out within DRDO also, which have been rolled, some are being rolled, and some will come. Many of them are related to engaging industries, how to leverage the potential which is available in our indigenous industry ecosystem, how to leverage that technology expertise to through various schemes. So towards that, the various DRDO schemes which are available for technology development through industry engagement of TOT handover for whatever our developers have done, and how to create a framework where industry starts working from beginning with our big systems development. So all those things I think this session will cover. So all those details I will not divulge because we have speakers who will speak about it. And
நான் ஏன் சொல்றேன் உன்கிட்ட கேபிள்
I
இல்லையா
would
டைரக்டா
request
அங்க இருந்து
that
ஃபீட் எடுக்க மாட்டேன்
each
Cable.
I
We are
have
not
5
able to hear at the
speakers
back.
in this session covering the issues related to our technology development through our TDF grant in aid scheme, then engaging industries with our various DRDO Industry Academia Center of Excellences, then improvement in our TOT procedures, what we have done as a project management framework for our activities, procurement manual, improvements, all that will be detailed, and also the DCPP framework. So these 5 speakers, I would request that initially you are given 10 minutes, maybe we'll stretch it to 12 minutes. So Dr. Goswami will control that, and during the presentation, if any issues are there, any questions are there from the audience, we'll record them. There is a separate team which will be recording your questions, and tomorrow at the end, during our open house discussion, those questions will be answered. So we will avoid taking questions in this session. In fact, every session I think this will be the procedure. So and then in the end I would like to summarize. So now I hand over things to Dr. Goswami so that he can steer the presentations.
Thank you, sir. The year of reforms and the first session in the conference has been rightly set to all the reforms in the policies and everything. And as it has been said by DG ECS, sir, Secretary DDR&D, lot of things have already been done. So this is a forum to inform you, keep you informed about what all changes have brought in. The panel that has been put up has been aptly put. All young directors, what we call as the Generation X directors, have been put together, young and energetic. The 5 speakers today you will find. Reforming the organization, bringing in transformation, working 24/7. I know most of them. I would say I would know all of them. So that's why I can clearly say working 24/7. So they are always available. This panel will be something of great interest to you because they are the real change makers for the DRDO. Moving on to the first speaker, that is Mrs. Nidhi Bansal, Director Technology Development Fund. Yeah. You can see the biodata here. So I would briefly mention about the work that the directorate is carrying about. A very young mechanism, just a few years that the mechanism started, but still lot of laurels into the credit of this directorate, lot of success stories, more than 80 ongoing projects, but a lot of inquiries from acquisition and the successful stories of even exports from this. Madam holds a kitty of 1,000 crores with her, 500 crores for the contemporary R&D activities and 500 crores for the deep tech. So you can expect a lot of projects coming from Madam to all the industries. So Madam, I would request you to deliver your talk, and I eagerly look forward to hear from you that are you soon going to open it up for the school dropouts also, who had proven to be the most successful innovators. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Sumit. Thank you once again for calling me a young. I think it is all a matter of perception. Samanvay to me is more than synergy. I think it is building trust. And here we are, TDF, as a mechanism for bringing that gap, bridging that gap between the innovation and policies, between what the government wants and what the industry can deliver. So I am here as your opening batsman talking about the Technology Development Fund scheme of DRDO. DRDO motto is very clear, and it says Balasya Moolam Vijnanam. And as we are all aware that our body is made up of Panch Bhuta, 5 elements. And in the morning we heard about Triveni Sangam, we also talked about 4 forces. But let me take it to another dimension and say that this Balasya Moolam Vijnanam, the 2 entities in that, one is the Bal and the Vijnanam. I think there are some 5 essential elements that actually bring that to reality. And which are these 5 bhutas of this? One is the industry, the other one is the academia, the third one is the domain expertise that the DRDO has gained over maybe 6 decades that we have got. The fourth one and the very important element is the armed forces, the user, who's going to be using these technologies if they come to fruition. And fifth is the DRDO itself, who's taking that risk of giving the grant to develop these technology for the users' use, for the war fighters' use. So once these 5 things come, it makes it organic. And that is why I feel that TDF is a very organic scheme of the Government of India, of the MOD, which is being executed by DRDO. So I have already talked about the 5 basic elements that are required, and each one of them is no less. It is equally important to have academia to do the basic research, for industry to execute the projects that is required, for armed forces to give the requirements, to tell what they want, and also to acquire them once they are done. There is no, I always say that the proof of pudding is in its eating. There is no point us making the technologies, making them ready, if the war fighter rejects them, or if the war fighter doesn't accept them. So it is not just that the requirement has to come to them to make the projects relevant to the environment. It is also important that they put a lot of, orders, or take them, adapt them, adopt them in their systems, so that it can, the business viability comes for the industry who will come forward for this. Domain experts, getting into the military environment is not easy. The barriers are very high. And somebody said that break the thresholds, break the barriers. I would say perhaps that's not possible today. What we, through TDF, are trying to do is maybe trying to take you through barriers the first time. The industry, what we are doing is we are hand-holding you, we are supporting you, not just with the funding, with the technical expertise, with the testing facilities, with the involvement of the user, the operation requirements of the user, with the qualifying requirements of the qualifying agency, with the certifying requirement of the certifying agencies. So you can actually go through those barriers first time with us, and then later the world is open to you to take it forward. And DRDO, through the GFR changes that the Government of India's intent, and they've changed the GFR, they've actually identified S&T departments, 5 of them, and they have given them an empowerment where they can use the grant that till date they were doing to the academia, to also to the private industry for the development of technology and for the advancement of science and technology. So I feel that rather than taking the risk, many of us must be investing. So rather than taking the risk like we do in the equity ourselves, these 5 departments have been taken as fund managers, so that the risk involved and the direction that the technology growth has to take gets actually targeted, and we take up the technologies which are required, are actually required, are relevant. So they are kind of fund managers for us. So they're kind of actually reducing the risk which is there, trying to get into any technology anytime. So what are the kind of projects that we are looking at the TDF? I would say anything and everything. The limit is only the funding that is DRDO would give. We are funding projects up to 50 crore. 90% of the project fund, the lion's share, is given by the DRDO. The skin in the game for the industry is important for them to remain serious in the work that they're carrying out. So that is why a meager share of 10% is taken from the industry. We take anything that is required by the trial services, where they will find use of these, whether it is futuristic, whether it is for their legacy system, whether it is import substitution, anything that comes in this spectrum, we can take it up. We can also take up the upgradation. If there is already some technologies or product which are in use, however, they need some upgradation of the process or upgradation of the technology, something is already become, you need some advanced technology to come into those products, that can be taken up into TDF. And we are looking at kernels of technologies. We can also look at the full systems if they can fit into this budget, but basically the building blocks of the systems, so that once when the systems are coming out of whether the lead system integrators or our DRDO labs should have maximum participation of the local industries as supply chain. So to have the robust supply chain, which has become very, very important in the current geopolitical situation, we need to, and for me, self-reliance is different from self-sufficiency. We need not attempt everything that is available to us. Reliance is important because that can create a trouble for our sovereignty. So we have to pick and choose what is required and how we have to become self-reliant. Again, please don't confuse it with self-sufficiency. I'm not going to grow my own grain and eat that if the grain is available in the market. However, if I can get stuck because of something, I should have the capacity to do it, especially in the geopolitical situation of today. It's very important to have your technology sovereignty that is required. So I've already talked about 50 crore per project. Because it's a grant in aid, it can only be given to the Indian industries where the shareholding at least is 51% of the resident Indians. The foreign component, even if it is there, has to be less than 49%. It allows for a collaboration with the research institution and academia up to 40% of the project cost. In the deep tech projects, we encourage it, because we understand that if it is a deep tech project, it will have the lower TRLs, and to make that TRL up to a level where it is a proof of concept that has been proven, and it can get into a prototype which can be tested into a lab, we need the participation of the research institution and the academia. As on today, the maximum development period, because again, the relevance of it is like I have been telling right from beginning, the project should remain on, the technology should remain relevant, and we all know that these days the total age of any technology is coming down. So it should not happen that by the time we bring in the technology, it's already, the use case is already gone or it's become obsolete. So keeping that in mind, the maximum development areas, though in the beginning was 2 years, but because of the complexity of the aerospace technologies, Honorable RM has increased it to 4 years per project. I'll also touch upon a little bit about in TDF, we are trying to take up projects which are top-down as well as the bottom-up. Top-down comes from the requirements from the labs, from the users, from various other S&T requirements that the apex body may feel are required. However, we also encourage bottom-up projects. Bottom-up projects are the projects which we get unsolicited from the industry or through some challenge areas that we throw open, taking them from our clusters, our technology clusters, and then trying to do a competition on those challenges, which gets judged, evaluated by 2 levels of committees. One is the technology cluster, which has given us that challenge. I still have 2 minutes, I hope. I'll just wrap it up. Yeah. So the first is the domain expert committee, where the DG of that cluster makes a committee and tries to evaluate them. And then we have an independent expert committee, where we again look at those, the ones who have come out of shortlisted from the domain experts, and we try to bring out winners. And if we feel that there is a feasibility and merit in that proposal, we also give them funding through the TDF. We've already funded 8 such projects, and I'm very happy to say that 6 of them have already completed on time. Maybe they are the only projects which have been completed dot on time. There are only 2 which have asked for a PDC extension out of those 8. So these are those 8 projects which we have funded through from Dare to Dream to TDF. 2-minute success stories are many, so I'll not be able to cover any one of them, just giving a collage of the kind of industries that are there, starting from the startups who have started with us to the large industries like L&T, like BFL. These people are working with us. Each one of them is a story in themselves. Each one shows that it is just the persistence and the awakening that is happening in the Indian innovation sector that is required. I'll not be able to, maybe I'll take an hour if I talk about each one of them, but suffices to say that there is a lot of interest, lot of attraction from the advanced countries in these technologies that we have come out with. We have inquiries from likes of Israel, likes of South Korea, likes of Germany to acquire these technologies. We also have these technologies being given as Look East policy from the government of India because of the nuclear emergency thing. And we also have a lot of interest from the tri-services coming in for these technologies. Deep Tech, Sumit has already told that we have been asked to take the responsibility of taking up the Deep Tech projects under TDF. A 500 crore grant has been given by Honorable RM to us, and we are taking up now Deep Tech projects also. These are our coordinates. Because of the paucity of time, I think I'll stop here, and I'll request if there is anything anyone wants to understand about TDF, apply, be a partner in the journey, please reach out to us. We'll be very happy to take you along. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, and sorry about that frightening alarm. It has been put by the hotel, not by us, ma'am. So, as it was told by the chair, the questions you can put it in the Google Forms, and it will be all responded in combination in tomorrow's session. So, moving forward to the yes.
Sir, now I would just like chair and session co-chair to felicitate.
Okay, sure. Request you to kindly felicitate the speakers. Moving forward to the next speaker is Dr. N. Ranjana, Director, I will just take a minute, ma'am. Director, DRDO Industry Academia Center of Excellence, which in short we call as the DIACOE. You can see the biodata of the madam here. So it is actually Dr. Ranjana who brought in the actual meaning to the word industry in the DIACOE, and industry is actually getting involved. The number of reforms, if I try to count, that has been brought in DIACOE, madam knows, I know about it. Every week there is a reform and simplification going on in the, so it's countless reforms which has been brought up. The NRI engagement has been enabled in the DIACOEs. More than 120 successful engagements have come out from the academic institutes and which are getting used in various of the projects. They have come up with something called a long-term directed policy and a top-down approach where DRDO knows what to get from the academic institutes, and those are being done in a planned, very planned manner. The work that madam is taking forward, I'm sure by the year 2047, we are going to beat the DIACOEs of madam, are going to beat the innovation ecosystem of Stanford and MIT, and we will surpass them in creating an ecosystem. The Gen Z calls this not as DIACOE, what we call, they call it as DICO. So I would request madam to start her talk and give us the secret of where she is planning and when she is planning the 16th DICO.
Thank you, Sumit. That's a lot of responsibility, and I don't know whether my small shoulders are ready to take that much. But yet we are trying our best, whatever possible. So I don't call them reforms. we talk to academia, we talk to everyone who is involved, and we try to solve their problems live. And we don't want to take that much time, because as much time we take to solve these things, we are losing out on the technology race. And you know the world is moving really fast. Today when DG ECS was speaking and he was talking about India, and suddenly it struck me that Diya is part of India. And that was a revelation which I was very happy about, that India itself has Diya. And now let me come to the word futuristic technology management. It's a very right word to be there. But many people just question me, we're all talking about future, what do you give today? And I think, no, I am not pushing my responsibilities to the future. All these things that we are doing, they have to be giving me today some results which show me what my future is going to be like. So each project is conceived that they show me the outcomes every 3 months. We review them. If there is a bottleneck, remove it, move further, enable whosoever is the stakeholder. So that's the explanation about futuristic. I am not just promising, we are trying to see that we deliver today so that the promises we are able to upkeep in the future. And now, let's go to the next slide. Coming to the futuristic technology management, it comes under long-term directed research policy. Again, this research policy has been approved by Honorable Raksha Mantri, and we are executing the policy in the form of DIA COEs. So the DFTM has been entrusted to implement the long-term directed research policy, and the thrust areas basically were that we should thrust it through the academic pursuit, strong stakeholding from DRDO, explicit and tacit knowledge management, and accelerated research and technology development. Now, this is not just mere words. We have implemented it in its true, tried to implement it in the true spirit. No system can be perfect. But yes, we are trying our best so that everybody has the knowledge of what is happening and where we are heading and where we are. And that's how. Now, this policy started as an academic-centric policy. DRDO already had a lot of academic mechanisms, if you see. We had extramural research, we had research boards, we had CARS projects. So what makes it different? The idea was, initial few years, I think we did what we were good at because we were already in the comfort zone and we were trying to thrust on the academic pursuits. The challenge was how to get the third pillar coming back to the industry. And if you talk about deep tech is something, what I understand, and if the MIT definition says is, whatever is in the lab, tomorrow it is in your hand as a technology which is usable. It's very easy to say it for all the IT technologies, that today you improve your feature in an OS and it goes tomorrow in all the world because you're all connected, the features can be easily deployed. So deep tech primarily had come for IT kind of solutions, but how do you invigorate the deep tech system in something like materials, something like quantum, something like communication protocols, which take years of experience and years of use to become really de facto standards. None of them are really planned standards. All of them are de facto standards, which have evolved over 10 years, 15 years, 20 years of their robustness. How many of you are using 1553 mil standard? It has evolved over 20, 25 years for its robustness today. So when we are talking about such technologies to be developed in a collaborative way, in a short period of time, and calling them in a way that you do it fast is a tall order. And nevertheless, we said we will take up the challenge. So we depend on basic research with academia, applied research with industry, there's an overlap, and the translational research with the help of DRDO and other R&D organizations. Actually, I want to say, today the DRDO scientists, they have worked on so many systems. They are very good at system engineering. Exceptionally capable DRDO scientists are available to do the hand-holding. And it is their dreams, their future dreams, that this scheme plans to implement through the academia and industry, that what will be the future versions of their new project. And once they envisage their future versions, what technologies are required, what next generation gyros are required, what next generation sensors are required, what next generation materials are required, that is to be implemented using schemes. I mean, I'm just not naming all of them. There are 82 verticals. Everything that you need to do for the future systems which are required for the defense, be it algorithms, be it surface finishing, be it your engineering methods, or be it AI application to every domain, all this can be done using this. And coming to the next, I think DRDO Industry Academia. This is the role we have defined for ourselves, that what will be the role of DRDO, Academia and Industry. I'm not going to do it. It's very obvious. It's just that I spelled it out for the completion, that once the Academia is mature, Academia and DRDO have worked out, you just start identifying the industry. And herein I want to say, I am not waiting for the project to get over. Within the 6 months, if you feel you have matured enough and you are ready to go to industry, or you want to get industry on board as a co-PI, please start your activity. We have to meet the rules and regulations. So we start doing EOI, and we make very detailed EOI in which the industry's capabilities are judged, and then you can take industry as co-principal investigator in the same project. So we are not holding back, okay, till 3 years we'll see project is successful or not. I think that is a misnomer, that after 3 years we need to look at it. We have to look at it every quarter, every 6 months, every 1 year where we are. And if we are ready to go to industry, please welcome. You are welcome. Our DRCOE centers, 15 very senior, very experienced DRCOE directors are sitting to handhold you, to guide you through the processes. These centers of excellence have started having the Industry Connect. I'll just come to it next. So this is how we see it. The pure academia is extramural research and research boards and cars. DRCOE does the DRDO's deep tech work, and if industry is required, directly we are enabling the bridge to the industry. The TDF madam spoke just now. The TDF, if they require, they can go to academia as a consultative road, but primarily they are on the indigenization. We are on the futuristic technology requirements of the country, of the defense, and you can directly translate the research outcome to the industry. That's how we are building the bridges. So it's all about, if you have to have collaboration, you have to have the bridges. Next. So the principal, I will tell you, one of them is in ISC here itself, one center. They are academic century defense R&D. And if academia is succeeding in during this life cycle of the project, any time we can start initiating the industry interface. We can have hub and spoke model. So we have 82 verticals. From any center, you can work from anywhere in the world. I mean, anywhere in the country. I would not say world as of now, because NRI policy, though we thought is still, it's very difficult to enable. Anywhere in the country, if you have an idea, please come to ISC Bangalore, because ISC Bangalore is enabling you for, say, quantum, micro and nanostructures, or AI. These are the topics which are being given to a center of excellence, and they have the experts to handhold you. They have the experts not to review you. They have the experts to enable, to improve your idea, to make it more concrete, to help you define the clear figures of merit of whatever technology we are embarking upon. Then we have roadmap development of each vertical, wherever, whatever we can foresee. I can't say that some disruption happens. Disruptive technologies are always coming up. Sometimes we want to be disruptive in the world. That's the aim. And you can have a very planned way of developing the kind of technologies. A lot of good initiatives have been taken in terms of materials, in terms of electronic components. Today, ECS cluster is spearheading almost 13 projects where new chips are being defined. Fabless design is going on. The fabrication, of course, till India gets the fab, we are getting it done outside. But as we speak, there are 15 to 20 chips we are defining for our purposes, for defense purposes, which will be your own IP as a country. That's the kind of work that we are doing. DRDO labs are daily, not daily, I would say fortnightly or per month. They are talking to academia for any kind of difficulty that you are facing. Industry research participation, I'll little bit talk about COPI. it's a new word we have coined, it's a new kid on the block, but yes, we will talk about it. It's a very promising thing, and that's why we are here to talk to industry. Industry as TOT partner, if the academic project is successful, you can give TOT from the directly take. So here is industry. Industry can take TOT directly from the academic institute, and we have worked out tripartite agreements and licenses between the DRDO industry and academia. They are working very well with clear work share of who is going to do what. So here there is no uncertainty we are leaving. To the extent possible, each memorandum of agreement has the clear work share of each stakeholder in the whole game of technology development. Then startup incubation is still to be activated. The file is ready. Anytime it gets signed, we will get the startups on board. There are some guidelines that we have worked out. Integrated research and deep tech systems, we are allowing academia to talk to industry. We are allowing DRDO to talk to industry. In any way industry comes up, either through DRDO or technology or through academia, we are enabling them in the best possible way. Student internships, hackathons, we have activated in each project, and there are 15 centers to help you with this. Next. These are 15 centers of excellence. Numbers are available. Projects awarded are 321 because yesterday we signed 2 projects. And as I speak, I think every week we are sanctioning 2 to 3 projects. And each of these projects, they go through a rigorous review by pre-project activities. We are saying we will review less later, but we want to review you earlier so that your pre-project is very strong, your deliverables are well defined, and your figures of merit are clear in your head. See, I'm not saying that you cannot fail. You can fail, but your path will be clear. Where you will fail, you will learn better if your path is very clear. So we are opening up a lot of investments in all the academic institute. Experiment fast, fail fast, so that you can get to breakthroughs faster. And then these are the 82 verticals. This slide has been made for you not to read, but to visit our DRDO website, because these are not just the verticals, there are thrust areas also defined in the website. Go to the next slide and the next one. And this is what is the, so this is industry interface by ECS cluster. There are 16 verticals dedicated to the electronics and communication systems cluster in my 82 verticals, and these are the specific areas that projects are ongoing in all these areas, and all these projects have reached 1 year, 1.5 years, or some of them have just started. I am sure Director Deal and Director Chess, they have been the major, and Director IRD, they are taking very ambitious projects through these schemes, and they are hand-holding some of these very, very critical technologies which need to be immediately taken to industry. So it's an open invitation that whatever is the outcome of these projects which are under these labs can be directly taken by industry for the development. And don't worry, if industry requires investment, it will be done by the DRDO if it's extremely risky. And I can tell you some of the good things. Many industries have found these technologies so promising, they said, we will invest, we don't even need money, just give us the technology. And that is how this lab to commercial activity we are enabling. That particular bridge is trying to be made smoother and better. Next. These are call for proposal, and many of them, and we are not closing any calls. These are available on DRDO website. The calls, these research problems are defined by all the labs, the lab scientists with their clear deliverables. We are taking the approval, launching them on website. You can go through these. Somehow these call proposals are with respect to academia, but if you are close to an academia, you can get them on board. In fact, tomorrow there is an ANRF seminar of similar kind where consortium projects between industry and academia are being invited on additive manufacturing, and there's another DRDO lab which is not in ECS cluster is spearheading that activity. So we are trying to be in step with the government. The ANRF is doing in certain areas. In this all electronics areas problems, next page, you have electronic warfare technologies, radar and communication technologies, space, aero, embedded systems, electronics. The problem statements which I just spelled out, which are there on the website, they are in these technology areas. Next, we have actually invited on additive manufacturing these areas certain new ideas suo moto from the academia and industry, because this is very upcoming field and we don't want the routine projects. So my request is, what has elsewhere happened or whatever is very, please don't take up low hanging fruits. Be ambitious, and be ambitious with the time as well as goals. Then only we will be able to get some breakthroughs. So these are the areas we have launched in additive manufacturing. These are not problem statements. These are only areas. Problem statements can be defined based on what is the expertise available in the country. Next. So these are the ECS cluster projects are available for the industry to take up forward as a production partner. Next. Next. So labs are also written. So many a times you can talk to the lab and come to the scheme, or you can come to us, we'll connect to the lab. Both ways we are open channels and do it. Now I'll just talk about little bit on industry. So industry we can take up from TRL2. Many places industry has their own R&D. They have investment in such fantastic equipment or infrastructure with them that they are ready to come up from TRL2 onwards with us. Otherwise TRL4 is also okay. And in one project, we assume that in any project, the jumps will happen not more than 4. So if you are taking up from TRL2, you can go up to TRL4 or 6. So anyone up to, I'm not saying you can do a TRL1 jump also, it's all right. But you be ambitious to take up, jump up to TRL4. We are expecting in these projects prototype demonstration from pure academia. We are not expecting reports only from these academic projects. And industry is onboarded based on the maturity of the technology. So there's a expert pool, which we call as technical evaluation committee, which will, and they are all really good, they actually go through each of your development and say, yes, you are mature to go to industry, try going to industry. Or if you want, you feel, you please convince the technical group that you want to go to the industry. And industry can be co-principal investigator, so that you do R&D together with the academia. And then industry can be as TOT holder. Industry, we can involve multiple industry partners also in the same project if there is an anchor which requires a system engineering either by DRDO or by the professor himself. So what we are saying is, idea, no project or no scheme can be unipolar. It cannot happen in one way. So whichever way possible, just make this technology realization possible. We are ready to help you to make the scheme in such a way that you are foolproof with respect to papers and you are able to do your job in a very smooth manner. That's what is our role from headquarters, and that's what he called about reforms. It's not reforms, we are just giving enablers. Next. So this is what is the engagement with industry. Evaluation by TEC, technology absorption by DRDO directly, which has already been happening. If it is recommended for industry engagement, standing committee for industry engagement will help you do TOT. TOT also, you can, DRDO labs can do the TOT as a tripartite with academia, or host institute can do a tripartite with academia, industry and DRDO. And you can do engagement of industry as co-PI for technology enhancement, or you can engage with startup for faster, of course the startup everybody says is a very agile system, but yes, this agile system is to be handled by all the mature people who are sitting there. They will be wonderful. And this is, I think, process reforms. He has talked about it. We'll leave it here for you to go through. They are very, I mean, this you will realize once you are practicing it. Next, I just wanted to tell, even you can go to the next, the number of industries that, next, we have done. So this is what it is. Industry participating as co-PI and funding by DRDO. I'm talking funding in industry for R&D in industry. Industry participating as co-PI without fund, it has happened. Part funding by industry in the project. And Bell CMD was here. He is one of the signatories of MOA, where Bell is investing in a very promising technology. The research is being done by PI and funded by DRDO, and DRDO lab is continuously engaging with them because they want that product. And this is extremely challenging, extremely promising industry for the technology for the future. So, I mean, this particular landscape is to enable the most challenging activities to be taken, and collaboration is difficult, but the aim is, if the aim is technology, collaboration will be very useful, and without collaboration we will not be able to move further. That's the principle we are following. So these are some of the things that, we have well-defined work share for each stakeholder in each MOA. More than one industry in a project can be handled. More than one PI in a project. So if industries can be multiple, even PIs can be multiple, the goal has to be one, that is the technology. Prototype by PI and industry is very important, and hand-holding and or testing by DRDO. Next. So
I would request
next,
to kindly conclude, madam,
next.
otherwise we have to miss
next.
out.
So I think I had a list of 15 industries which are already into this scheme, who are working day in, day out, through the lab, through the academia, and I'll tell you these things are working well. So the last year was a challenging year to initiate this industry activities through academia, and we have done it in a very, I would say, in a way that all stakeholders build trust within each other. And I'll trust, one message only is that trust is a factor which is most important in any collaboration, and that need not be broken by any pillar. That's my request, because all these expectations are very high expectation for 2047. I was part of the Vision 2047 technology vision, DRDO, and in fact we had taken a lot of inputs from DRDO labs and given the inputs to that technology vision document, and the ambitions are very, very large, and the status is being asked every 3 months. So watch out, government is looking at it. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for bringing out. Just a moment, ma'am. I would request chair to kindly give a memento to DGTM to give a memento to Director FTM, please. Just for the information of industry, the DRDO labs are these days not doing the basic research because it is all being done by the academic institute. So as it was informed by Dr. Ranjana, that you can pick up those projects right from the academic institutes and take it forward directly from there. So moving on to the next is our industry man from DRDO, Mr. Arun Chaudhary. I think all of you know him, so he needs no introduction. But just to tell, he is the person who is doing the TOTs, and the number of TOTs that happens is not on an event basis. These days, the DRDO is coming up with so many TOTs every week, every month. So it's a regular process, not one single event. He is also now working on something called valuation of technologies to bring in more meaning to the technologies that are being evolved by the DRDO labs. And I would also love to hear from him, because there was a lot of discussions in the inaugural session about the startups. Whatever we say, startups are going to be here and they are going to be a key player. The Director I2TM is coming out with a startup policy, so everyone looks forward to what's coming up. So finally, I welcome Director D, IITM, which I expand as Director for Industry, and Totally Industries.
Thank you so much. And I'll be a little quick because the introduction, a lot of things has been covered. Other than the TOT, I'll try to cover the other aspects where DRDO is supporting the industries, which are actually will be covered by me. So this has been shown by TDF. It has been spoken in the morning by all the speakers, except the international partners. As mentioned that do we need to develop everything, or we can buy and then develop the better things. So that is, the cooperation is with that aim. Whatever things are already available, do the cooperation, have the international cooperation, take them and develop better things. So this is what the role responsibilities of each and every aspect has been covered by Director TDF in the morning and the previous lectures. What I will talk is about the scheme which government is looking at a bigger role. Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Viksit Bharat, all those, it's not possible without the policies, without the initiatives. So government at a larger scale, they have taken the schemes like the Make in India, the startup, stand up, and many more. In particular, if you look at the Ministry of Defense, we have taken a lot of initiatives at the policy level, be it policy IDDM, the top priority for the indigenously designed, developed, manufactured product, providing the assured orders, providing the funding for development through the Make 1, Make 2, Make 3 processes, simplifying the trial procedures through the DAP 2020, now working on the new procedure 2025, where the feedback has been taken from the industry partners to look or to resolve the challenges being faced. Increase of the FDI in the defense, 74 automatic route, 100% through the approvals, is one big step where the cooperation with the industries, Indian industries taking with the foreign partners, offset positive indigenization list by both by the MOD, by the DPSUs, by DRDO, where we have committed that it will be developed in the country and no import will be taken for those items. Similarly, DRDO list, where we have said we will not take the R&D, it will be done by the industries. Industries are capable of taking up those fields, but DRDO will provide you the handholding support, be it is the design consultancies, be it the testing over there. The another challenge, defense testing infrastructure in the country. The scheme like defense testing infrastructure scheme, where funding up to 75% has been given by government, 25% investment by the industries, 400 crores already allocated, second phase is in progress. The scheme like IDEX, TDF has been covered in the morning. The DCPP, my colleague Dr. Amit will be covering. The licensing is the another aspect which has been covered by the press order release 202214. It is under revision now, and we are looking for the feedback from the industries, which all item can be removed, which all can be included. So DDP is actually working on this. We are there as a DRDO partner. If you have any suggestions, please give it to us. We will try to get included those things in there. Export promotion, I'll cover that part also, and the test facilities of DRDO also. So coming to the industry, as I mentioned in the morning, this is basically the charter where DRDO is working right from the TRL 1 to the TRL 9, and various partners, academia and industry we have highlighted here, except minus the international corporations. So at all levels of the technology development, either the academia or you are our partner. Morning, the chief guest has shown that DRDO has developed so many products, and where the partnership is the synergy or the samanvay is the inbuilt DNA of DRDO. This is one such example where it's not only the large scale industries, we have the small scale industries, MSMEs, DPSUs, private, public, both, and the academia also as well as. So this is the way the DRDO function. It's not restricting itself with partnership with any one particular industry. And these are some of the provisions which we have done over the years, and currently the modifications or the enablement or the reforms has taken place. So these technology basically focus to make the industry enabled to carry out the R&D, to have the technology with them, either through providing the technology which we have developed through transfer of technologies, giving you the permission to use our patents, develop the product out of it, fund your R&D activities, take you, test your product being developed by you. All these facilities has been, policies has been done. They will be discussed. I will be here for 2 days. Anybody can come and discuss with me on those aspects. The colleagues from the seniors are here. They will be able to give you. It's not only about the technology development. We help you during the production. We help you during the export. Even if you need the product to be manufactured in the foreign countries, DRDO is giving the support in this. And I have a colleague here, a friend here from Tata. Latest news was the WAP, which was developed developed by DRDO and Tata together. Technology was given to them. It is a category A military technology, supposed to be in country, manufactured in country, but we have done the enablement, and we have done the first time manufacturing of DRDO technology in abroad by the private industry. So as the topic comes, this is the policy through which we do the transfer of technology. We started the transfer of technology through a formal mechanism in 2019, and we are now in 2025 with the third version of the technology transfer policy. The transparency and the trust was the word used in the morning session. So I just want to tell you, when we were making this policy, we have taken industry as a member in the committee to have the voice and the challenges being faced by you, how to resolve, how to overcome those. So we have taken industry as a member in the committee, and this was approved by Honorable Raksha Mantri ji in January this year. So it covers two type of technology. One is the technology which are military sensitive or the security sensitive, category A technologies. These are the technologies for the Indian industries only, as defined by the TDF also, that 51% equity has to be with the Indians, the board of directors has to be by the Indians. All those security measures or to prevent the loss of the technology, we have given those provisions. The category B technologies are basically the dual use technologies. These technologies can be given to the foreign entities also. Some of the aspects of the policy are the technology brief and number of licenses which I can offer. It is given on the DRDO website. So this is transparency, what technology I am going to give you, how many industries I will be going to give you is placed on DRDO website. So it is open to all. It is a non-exclusive license to any and every industry. So it is level playing field, private, public, startup, MSMEs. We are giving technology transfer to startups also. So there is nothing like that. We are not entertaining the startups, and we have given in the past 2 years number of technologies to startups. TOT license for the same technology could be held by multiple industries. As I mentioned, it's non-exclusive. Single industry can have multiple technologies. We don't restrict the industry that you are working on this technology of DRDO, you cannot take the other technologies. As we have seen in the morning, industry have to expand, they have to adjust to the new demands, new business requirements, so this is offered to the industry. The license is valid for 10 years, it's not for 1 year, 2 years, it is valid for 10 years. And after that, 10 years, renewal is there, provision is there, depending upon certain conditions, which are basically on the performance of industry. Nothing more than that. Whether you are really wanted or you really working on it or you have just taken the technology, it is free of cost, renewal is free of cost for category A technology. Free handholding, this is the time where the DRDO scientist will come and work with you at your premises, or you can come to us. We will not charge for supporting you in absorbing the technology which we have transferred to you. And then there is a provision, if you feel this time is short, there is a provision, we can extend it, we can give you more than that on the payment basis. There are not many restrictions, however there are certain restrictions by the government, other departments, where certain licenses are required. The PESO license and the DPIIT license, which is ILDC, Industrial License for Defense Manufacturing, which are required for certain. So we request those industries who want to enter, please check whether this item requires the PESO license or this item requires the ILDC license, and please take your a priori these licenses because it takes little time. This is being dealt by the MHA, it is done by the DGFT and the other departments also. So this is one requirement. Industries are encouraged to develop the variant. This is the one unique feature of our technology. We allow you to work on the technology which we have given. You work over it, develop the variant. We will give you the exclusive marketing right for that technology. You will be the marketing agency, you will be selling it. We will not charge you anything for that. The new provisions, TOT of the software, source code transfer. We have brought in this provision. This was the demand from the industry. Yeah, definitely. I'll come out with the detailed procedures, how we will be transferring the source code to the industry partner. The royalty, it is free of cost for the government agencies, and only 2% is charged if it is for the civil market or the export. So this is how the costing. The TOT fee charge is very minimum. It is just 5% of the development cost in case of category A technologies. Further, to encourage the participation of the industry in the R&D along with us, so wherever you are our development partner, wherever you are our production agencies or the DCPP, development cum production partner, we are not charging any TOT fee from you for those things, though we have funded those R&D by you, but again here also we are not charging any TOT fee. Category B, the civil market use application, here the TOT fee has been fixed as 20%, or whatever cost market can bear, we will be asking what TOT fee you can pay. We will be asking bid from you, the industry partner, and whatever is the amount highest, that will be fixed as the TOT fee. Royalty I have already mentioned, nil for the government agencies, only 2%. Now I come to the process. The process is very simple. It is, as I mentioned, it is the technology identified by DRDO, which is to be transferred to the industry, is hosted on the DRDO website. We give you sufficient time, about 21 days, to respond to it, submit the document to the labs. Once it is being done, parallelly the lab will be doing the costing, internal approvals will be taken. A committee will be constituted in the lab who is responsible for technology transfer to assess the specific requirement as far as the technical capacities and capabilities of the industries, whether they have the sufficient technical capability and capacity to absorb the technology and realize the product. We will inform you, you have qualified, you can pay make the payment. When we are informing you, if you are qualified, we will give you the LATOT, draft licensing agreement, which will have all the terms conditions to agree to it, and then only we ask you to pay make the payment. At the same time, if industry is not qualified, we will give you the reason why you are being disqualified, and once disqualified doesn't mean you cannot apply again. You can once again apply once you have overcome or you have taken the changes within your house, and you can reapproach as DRDO and we will reassess, and if found fit, we will give you the agreement. Once you pay the payment, we will enter into the legal agreement. Here what we have done is to protect the interest of the industry who is taking TOT, and the industries who have worked with us as during the development, they becomes the supply chain or the supply chain partner. So to protect their interest, we have made the provisions for the especially the small scale industries. They will become the preferred supply chain partner for the TOT receiving industry also. Once the license has been signed, then the process of technology absorption start, where you will realize a product within a given frame time, which we call as a product launch time. During this period, DRDO scientists will be available to help you for absorbing the technology. So this is the process in a nutshell. So thank you. More, what we have done is we have brought in, once the technology is hosted on the website, you will find the details are not sufficient for you to realize whether to go ahead with the technology or not. We have given the provision of the CNDA and the material transfer agreement. You, before signing the LATOT or before making the payment, you can sign these, you can have the more detail about the technology, you can take the materials, samples, assess at your end, and then you can come forward for the technology transfer. This is what we do, technology transfer through the policies. Almost every day I am signing more than one licensing agreement working day. So as of now, we have signed about more than 2,100 agreement, and these agreements are more with the private industries rather than the public. About 90 to 85 to 90% are with the private industry. I'll take just 2 more minutes if allowed, because yeah, okay, I'll take this. The another aspect is the test facilities available, because these are the expensive one and the limited one. We have opened up our test facility in year 2025-24. More than 25 DRDO labs are hosted on the device testing portal, and more than 350 test facilities are there available to you to test your equipment, your R&Ds through us. The policy on this aspect has again been revised. We call it the deposit work scheme, where we can extend all the support, be it the certification, be it the testing facilities, be it the audit of your design. All those facilities have been created. The policies documents are available on the DRDO website. This is the one more thing what we have done is we have created the center based on the requirement from the industries. We have created Defense Technology and Test Center at Lucknow, where we are doing basically these aspects: design consultancy, the development work for you, the fabrication work, audit and development of software, and also providing you the skill or specialized course training for you. So defense export, I have mentioned in my opening remarks, we are doing it, and the web is the live example where the export, not only export, defense manufacturing has been promoted in the abroad. The last point is, I'll just take 30 seconds, to take the feedback from you and to make you, the scientists available to you for any interaction. We have launched this provision of industry interaction group. Each lab is having this group. Every first Wednesday and third Wednesday has been kept as the open house for the industry. They can come, meet the labs, and without prior appointment. Only request is if you drop a mail that you wanted to come and meet the lab along with the agenda, the concerned scientist, the expert, will be requested to be available so that we can have a fruitful discussion to resolve your issues. If it is not resolved at the lab level, at the headquarters with me, every last Friday of every month is the open house. Anybody can come. You can just drop a mail and we will be happy to address. Production coordination is beyond all those things. Once you are into the production, if you face some challenges related to the technology being transferred by us, we are there to help you. We have committees again at the lab level and at the headquarters level. So these are the documents. All the documents are available on the DRDO website. You can refer and you can contact me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry
Thanks
for taking extra
Thank
time.
you.
Sorry.
I would request DG team to kindly felicitate Director I-Squared team. And in the meanwhile, I would like to move forward introducing you to the next speaker also. So moving on from the industry man, we move on to we move on to the next speaker, who is Dr. Mayadin, Director DFMM. We call him as the banker for the DRDO. In the current year, he is handling 7,000 crores worth budget for DRDO for the R&D projects. So this is the amount, 7,000 crores, which goes into all the R&D projects of DRDO. And this not only goes to DRDO. Of this 7,000 crores, he has committed of giving 25% to industries, academia and startups, about 1,700 crores, where they are in the lead role. And from the remaining money, also a significant amount goes back to the industries for build to specs, build to print, and various other services. So that's the amount he is handling. Recently, they have come out with the procurement manual for ease of doing business with DRDO by the industries. I'm sure he is going to enlighten all of us on that. Sir, please.
Good afternoon to everyone, respected session chair, co-chair, all the present directors, generals, directors, and all the esteemed participants. So, during my presentation, I will cover reforms covered in Procurement Manual PM 2025 and Deposit Work Policy 2024. Procurement process is quite complex. It involves several stakeholders. It involves CDA systems, IFA systems, and after the concerned supplier or industry partner involved during the procurement process. And there is diversity in the procurement according to the different requirements of different technological clusters. So there is a requirement of separate procurement manual. The previous version 2020 was there. So during the reforms here, in PM 2025, several reforms have been made. I will focus to the point on the reforms carried out in the PM 2025. These things have been covered, so I will focus to the point on the. So these were the reforms mainly carried out during the implementation and the new procurement manual PM 2025. Price preference to make in India. This is the government mandate to ensure price preference to make in India during procurement and ensuring level playing field to MSMEs and startups during the procurement. So during the negotiation process, it is ensured that MSMEs vendors, if the non-MSME vendor is L1, then we have to give chance up to L1 plus 15% cost for the MSMEs during negotiation process. The EMD and bid security declaration, as per PM, para 6.10, the EMD amount is now 2 to 5% of the estimated cost. And the MSMEs, registered MSMEs and all the registered vendors, there is a provision for bid security declaration up to 20 crore estimated cost items. For the item cost, if it is up to 20 crore, then the registered vendors, MSMEs, all these are only, they may submit bid security declaration instead of EMD. Next is the PCIP EMD. Earlier, up to 2022, there was PCIP EMD was mandatory for above 100 crore item cost. But after that, as per the CBC guidelines, the new provision have been introduced, and now above 20 crore, we have to ensure PCIP EMD, and this is mandatory. So in PM 2020, there was provision of 3 to 5%. Now it has been reduced to 0.2% to 0.5% in line with the DAP procedure in vogue. Further, to reduce burden on industries, the reduction in liquidated damage has been reduced. Earlier it was 0.5% in case of design and development contracts per week of the basic cost of the delayed stores. Now it has been reduced up to 0.25% per week. Performance bank guarantee, earlier it was 10%, now it has been reduced 3 to 5% of the contracts of supply order value, inclusive of taxes and duties. There is provision of DCPP PA, that is Development Cum Production Partner and Production Agencies. On these DCPP PA industry partners, direct order may be placed without recompetitive bidding. This provision has been introduced in the PM 2025. So these were the reforms carried out in the new procurement manual, and all the LEFs are ensuring the implementation during procurement processes. The new policy is deposit work policy, that is DW 2024, that was introduced in October 2024, so approximately 1 year is going. And the main objectives of the deposit work policy to activities undertaken by DRDO labs to meet various requirements of non-DRDO agencies, industries, private industries, defense PSUs, startups, and the other agencies. To facilitate industry, defense PSUs, other government bodies in various manners such as scientific and technical support, and for sharing the DRDO resources. To support Indian defense industries, considering as per the government of India focus on self-reliance and evolving defense ecosystem under Make in India initiative. The main charges which has been reduced during the costing of the deposit work activities, the admin charges have been reduced from earlier, as per previous policies, RDR policy, it was 385%, which has been drastically reduced up to 15%. And after 1 year introducing this new deposit work policy, around 421 deposit work activities have been completed worth 400 plus crore of these deposit work activities. Apart from these reforms, there are some miscellaneous reforms also. There is provision of online industry partner registration through the DRDO website. There were two schemes introduced by Government of India for resolving cases and giving relief to MSMEs and to resolve the various contractual disputes obligations. So under the Vivasi Vishwas scheme 1, this relief for MSME was given by refunding or reimbursing the 95% performance bank guarantee and the LD forfeited if the procurement case belongs during the COVID time window. And pertaining to Vivasi Vishwas scheme, either through the IPTEL award or the court award, that a specified amount has been refunded after one-time settlement of these schemes during Vivasi Vishwas 2 scheme. All DRDO lab establishment ensures timely payment of bona fide procurement bills through concerned payment authorities, and specifically for MSMEs, as per the PMO office orders, it was ensured before Diwali to reimburse pending payments of MSMEs, and around 4.33 crore from DRDO pending payments of MSMEs were ensured before Diwali. And thanks to all the life support and director admins of the technological clusters in ensuring these timely payment of this. So these were the details of the Vivasi Vishwas scheme. As per this scheme, 95% of the PVG has been reimbursed to the concerned bona fide cases. And similarly, if there was bid security has been forfeited, then 95% of the bid security amount was refunded. And this was the second scheme launched by Government of India, Ministry of Finance. And as per this, if the IPTEL award value up to 65% was reimbursed if the case pertains, if the IPTEL award has been awarded before 31st January 2023. And similarly, in case of court award cases, if it is awarded up to 30th April 2023, then 85% of the court award has been reimbursed in the concerned case. So thanks for the industry partners and all the stakeholders during procurement process for synergy between industry, startups, MSMEs with DRDO in making self-reliant India. आइए हम सब मिलकर आत्मनिर्भर भारत का निर्माण करें. धन्यवाद. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would request DGTM sir to kindly felicitate Director DFMM. And in the meanwhile, I would also like to introduce the next speaker, my dear friend and Director DISB, Sri Amit Sarma. So he is the man whom you can contact for all acquisition and induction of your products into the armed forces. So in fact, DISB is the Sutradhar for the development cum production partner concept, and which is now bearing a lot of fruits and is the buzzing word in the industries. In fact, Amit, I'd suggest learning from Marshalka sir, you should plan to file a patent also for DCPP model. And now he is planning to bring this DCPP model into DAP so that it eases out and supports induction quickly. So Amit, I have a question for you before you start. After independence, the industries were working with DRDO as maintenance partner. Then we moved to TOT partners, the industries. Then the development camp production partner. What will be the next? Thank you, please.
That will all depend upon the initiative taken by the industries is what I'll say. From DRDO side, whatever initiatives we are trying to take is what I will just highlight. You've already gone through all the policies which everybody has spoken so far, especially the procurement manual. And DCPP is nothing but a special case of a development contract only. So it's governed by the PM, all conditions, except it's a special case. So why and what I'll just highlight, though majority of you will be aware. So just going back in time, the requirement came when in DPP 2016, Defense Procurement Procedure, 2016, the first time Para 72 talked about how a system developed by DRDO will get inducted. So there it was stated that the commercial RFP for production will be issued to DCPP of DRDO. Now, till then, there was no such term called DCPP or PA. And it stated that the selection of Indian industry will be as per the internal procedures of DRDO. and it will be a competitive process. So for the first time, DRDO came up with a guideline. It has a guideline internal to DRDO labs as to how they should go about selecting the industries for PAs for the DRDO developed systems. Now, just to bring out, I'm sure majority of the industry partners are aware, earlier we used to develop systems together, we used to do the trials. Subsequently, only once it is proven that the services used to take the AON and then reconduct a trial on the next stage that is made by the industry and then the induction. So we wanted to make sure that whatever systems are developed by the DRDO partners get inducted, at least whatever has been achieved so far. So that's the reason we came up with two different definitions. One is a DCPP, one is a PA. So there is always a confusion between the two, and it is being used interchangeably. Also the term called LSI, the lead system integrator. So first I would like to highlight that what we refer as DCPP PA is the industry who would be at the end responsible for supplying the system to the services. As you know, services will give you a single contract. If it is a radar, it's a contract to deliver a radar. He is not going to give you a separately for TR module, separately for power supply, separately for the container and all. So it is that industry who's going to, from DRDO, get work together, and at the end would be realizing the system. So that's why, so DCPP, we are referring to the industry who's involved as a partner. It could be more than one, from initial stages of development phase. So we are moving towards the phase wherein we would like to do this upfront. Earlier, as you are aware, majority of the cases we used to do development, then we used to offer TOTs, and then only the industries used to get the full technology based on which they used to bid for the contracts. But in the DCP model, we are trying to ensure the industry should become part of the development phase itself. Once that is happening, we are also expecting industry to take up a little more responsibility in terms of they should be not only responsible for the production, but also the life cycle support, which means whether it is a maintenance part, any upgrade if required, whatever would be feasible, that should be done. And we are looking at involvement of industry through a competitive basis. I agree that previously, if you look at earlier days, there were always majority of the time DPSUs which were getting selected because that time private industry was yet maturing. But today we have brought in the complete level playing field wherein all the industries are free to become the partner as per the process. And of late, more and more private industries are becoming or coming to the, they are being able to win the partner process. And PA was the agencies wherein which were developed, the systems were developed even before this concept came in. So we wanted to make sure that those industries are also selected and they are able to secure the orders from the services. So we call the industries who were either may not developed or they were partly developed in the development phase, but now we are nominating them as a PA because when we developed that time, we did not specifically mention that they will be called DCPP. So just bringing a clarity. So all the old cases is where you will find PA, but henceforth moving forward, you will find only the DCPP as the agencies. As I talked about, the selection process is as per PM. There's no separate policy specifically for DCPP, except some specific clauses or some specific criteria in the RFP we are trying to introduce. So selection will be as per Chapter 12, which specifically handles the development contracts. And the RFP or EOI must specifically indicate that, look, this RFP is for selection of a DCPP. So industry knows that it is not just the development order. If successful, you will also like to get the production order. So one of the major difference is that once the AON exists, we know the overall requirement of armed forces. So upfront the business will be known to the industry. So that's the beneficial part, unlike earlier days when we really not sure when will we get the production order. And we are saying upon successful development, we will be actually formally declaring you as DCPPs. The likely quantities to be inducted are being given in the EOI RFP. Of course, we can't give a commitment because it is all based on successful development of the system. There have been questions about how the system would be costed. So one of the point is that because different industries are bidding and what DRDO provides is only a development contract, not the production order. But the cost that the industry is quoting for the development contract will become the basis for placing of the order by the acquisition wing. So this becomes the input to the acquisition wing. And based on that, any further costing that you quote for the separate contract would become the baseline for that. So you must quote with those things into mind. responsibility, of course, for the supply, maintenance, life cycle support, and we want to, since the system gets proven when you are doing the development with DRDO and we together, we have the list of subsystem suppliers, systems to whom we involve and make the prototypes, and the system gets proven. Hence, any change that is required to be done in the TOT policy, there is a clear, there's a clear clause as to how can we actually look at change in the supply chain. That is available in case there are issues, but the change has to happen with that particular aspect in mind. It cannot be unilaterally done by the industry partners. The specific role that we look at is now we are looking at completely involving you from the day one. As of today, even though that's a realization of prototype, we are going to move forward wherein we are looking forward, even since you are going to be involved during the initial stages within the initial design phase. So even your strength, the industry strengths can also be utilized during the design phase. So that, of course, the scope of work, etc., would be done by the labs. And even though previously you have not seen RFPs, RFPs are more focusing on prototypes and other aspects. Now you'll see wherein more and more participation in design also, or development part also, will become part of the process. This will look at a long-term engagement. Once you are committing, it is not a short-term. Any system going to services has to be available with them for next 20-25 years. So that is the kind of commitment you are giving to the services, that much you will support, will be providing. We are looking at creation of the requisite infrastructure facilities. Now there are cases wherein we understand industries don't have infrastructure. Initial development phase, even if the lab is handholding you, it is onus on you to ensure that time you use to create an infrastructure facility at your end, so that during production phase or even before that, when the system is being offered to the user for a user trial, at least that prototype should come out from your setup. Because when they do a evaluation, they are looking at that whether you have matured enough to really be able to produce the system or not. So that is what we are looking at. I know today we are not exactly following it. We are still trying to support, but that is a initiative I would request industries to take, wherein the time available for development, you should also set up an infrastructure at your end. I'm sure that much faith in the system is available once the A1 is there, numbers are known, and DRDO is your partner. So it's only a matter of time that the production orders will be coming to you. So hence you must really take initiative and do set up these facilities and infrastructure at the earliest. So you, of course, will be carrying out the production and provide the warranty, maintenance, and product life cycle support. This particular aspect was further strengthened in Chapter 4 of DAP 2020, the next revision, wherein now with a little more detailed aspects were brought in. For example, it said that very clearly that SHQ will identify the equipment which can be undertaken by D&D by DRDO. Such cases will be bind in IDDM for procurement from the industry partner of DRDO. And DRDO will select the DCPP, and this has to be from the initial stages of development. So we would like your involvement right at the beginning of the development process. Though I know, of course, we have now slowly moved over from finishing development, giving you TOT, to the place where we are involving you in the prototype manufacturing, to the stage now we are even wanting you to be part of the development phase itself. So that is the progress we are making it, but that can only happen with the equal participation from your side, wherein you also pitch in. I will come to that as to what kind of support you can give in. That is what we are looking from industries. That support will definitely, take things much better. And what Sumit was asking, what next, wherein then you can take the lead much more. The Chapter 4 also allows, earlier as I said, there used to be various stages of trials. So there will be only single stage of trial subject to DCPP realizing the prototype. So it is you who has to actually realize the prototype for the trials. So that's where we are looking at setting up the infrastructure at your end for production of those systems. So if you look at the difference in the process before the DCPP, wherein DRDO used to come do the development, do our own trials, then do a staff evaluation, then we used to do a TOT to you, then majority of the cases services used to ask you for an NCNC trial again, and then only the RFP was being issued. Today, the whole trial, it's only a single stage trial wherein the initial D&D itself, the prototype is coming from the industry. And once the trial is done on that, there are no further trials done. As of today, I can highlight that we have, for almost 140 systems, we have identified DCPP and PA. Of course, number of PAs are much more because, as I said, In 2016, when the whole procedure came in, we were regularizing all our industry partners who were part of us during those development. They were as PAs. And moving forward from 2020 or 21, we have more and more DCPPs getting into the system. And henceforth, the future is, of course, it's the DCPPs, unless and until there is a very specific case where we need to nominate someone for strategic reasons. And if you look at from DCPP perspective, out of 35, there are 21 systems involving private industries, 14 with DPSUs, and overall there are 60 different industries who are part of this ecosystem. There are certain issues which we of course face, which I would like to highlight in this forum. One is of course to become a partner. Everybody tries to of course bid low for the development contract that is expected, but that is actually creating more imbalance in the system. If you look at MOD as a whole, it's not just DRDO industry, we are the partners. In this whole process, the MOD starts questioning how exactly the industries are participating. Because what you quote, if you are quoting 1 rupee to us for doing any, development part and then quote 100 rupees to them, they are, looking at it as abnormally, you are jacking up the prices. That's why I said the cost quoted by you in the development phase will become basis for the production orders. And that's where now the question or why exactly we should only keep it to DRDO partners, sometimes comes up. No, why not more? Let there be a competition. So I'm telling you, we together, especially industries, have to take this, aspect and not try to just like that underbid and look at, realistically what's actually correct. This is something which I think discipline has to come in within. It's difficult for DRDO to go beyond a limit other than giving some guidance. Second part is the infrastructure and trained manpower. Now, the reason I'm saying now, as we are moving from technology, TOT transfers to only prototype, today I'm wanting you to be part of my development process. What the whole point is, I want you to learn, understand to an extent about the system also, so that you can maintain this subsequently. That can only happen if you put appropriate people with appropriate qualification as a part of the process. Now, and also that continuity of them to be there throughout the project. If you don't do that, it's difficult. I mean, you will keep coming back to us. And the whole aspect of government to become Atmanirbhar, or if I finish one system, I should move to next system. This system is yours. Now you should be able to work on that further. How do we move to that stage? Unless until you invest on that. That is something it has to come from in the industries. So though I know some industries are doing it, but not all. Number of cases we find every 6 months there's a new person becoming part of the team, and it becomes you have to start afresh training him, which defeats the whole purpose of DCPP. So you people also need to really look at those aspects when you want this engagement. Otherwise, again, we are defeating the whole purpose of DCPP. And as we all know, it is a D&D. We are still going to do D&D. So please understand, when we issue RFP, we give a timeline. This is a timeline which, best of our understanding, we should be able to develop. But there are likely iterations. Even if I would have worked with you one design, there is a likely that we may have to reiterate the design. I may need to make some more prototypes. So please consider all those aspects when you are, quoting or bidding for a DCPP partner, including the timelines. Because majority of time I find that you say, no, you have asked only this, now you're asking more. But as a partner, we need to take both things together. So please, I'm saying that we try to quantify in our RFPs as much as possible these aspects, but everything cannot be enshrined in black and white. And that's the whole partnership about. We need to really work together on these aspects if we want to make this thing success. And as I said, moving forward, this will be the only way. You will be finding now more and more systems wherein even before design is done by DRDO, I'm looking for partners. So I'm trying to use your strength also together to develop the system. This in a nutshell is the DCP process, and thank you.
Thank you, Amit. I would request DGTM sir to kindly felicitate Director DASP. So these were the bunch of 5 young energetic directors whom you heard about all the policies and reforms. And these directors are not even ready to listen to what Honorable Prime Minister says. Viksit Bharat by 2047. So why 25 years is their question. So with the support of all of you, the industries, they want it to move very fast. They want to be very quick. Why not in 10 years, the Viksit Bharat? And if possible now. With these words, I pass it on to the chair for summing up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sumit. You nicely conducted the time control on various speakers. I thank you for that. So these, all the 5 topics were full of reforms, lot of technology related initiatives are being taken, and also for the production, technology transfer, so many things our speakers have talked about. So in the TDF, Madam Nidhi Bansal talked about the provision of technology development in all deep tech and emerging areas, where up to 90% funding we are providing to the tune of 50 crore, which is a very big actually opportunity for people like startups and MSMEs who can come out with proposals and they can submit for deep tech activities. I think this is a great initiative. As she has mentioned, we want to have a technology sovereignty, and therefore deep tech along with academia involvement I think can achieve that result, because you have an inbuilt risk mitigation mechanism through academia. And there are opportunities which we are going to throw through open challenges, which are like you can submit proposals and through a selection committee we'll try to fund them. So this was one big thing which I think has come out as a takeaway. Then Dr. Ranjana mentioned about the academia-led defense R&D, which is also very important because all new topics have the best minds in academia, and let us leverage the potential whatever is available in academia. So there she talked about engaging industries at various stages of our technology development through academia, and it can happen at any time. This is what she said. If technology requires from the beginning engagement of academia, that is also possible. Whatever technology academia has developed, those can be taken as a TOT process. Academia can come as a co-PI, whether in the beginning or in the middle of the project based on the need. And the laboratory also can work hand in hand for such kind of technology development through these 15 well-crafted Center of Excellences spread across India. Already through this model, I think 15 industries have been successfully engaged, and many more will come in future. And I call upon industry, startup, MSMEs to identify right set of collaborators in academia and come out with technology related proposals where we can try to fund them through either of the mechanism in DISCOE or through TDF. Then Arun Chaudhary talked about the various mechanisms which are available for the technology transfer. We have a summer framework for industry benchmarking, which should be used for basically the production requirements. We have a TOT policy 2025. Category and category provisions are there where license fee is nominal, and industry is given opportunity to modify the technology so that a new product can be come out. So this is a very good thing that we don't charge anything, and you can control the variations. Whatever technology variations you have created, you control them. Then I think some policy soon will come out with respect to software TOT, because this has been one of the issues with our technology transfer, where software was held by the laboratory and we were not parting with the source code. So this new framework, I think what Arun mentioned is that before the end of this year, something will come in place. And then Indian license manufacturing for defense application, we have simplified the process. And MSMEs have a special provision in our procurement procedure where they can be a preferred supply chain partner if they are holding the TOTs. And 90% of the LATOT, what he mentioned is that has gone into private sector, which is a very big achievement, that out of the 2100 agreements, 90% TOT licenses have been given to the private. And DRDO has got a lot of test facilities. Everybody is utilizing them, and I think we have created a portal where these are easily accessible. Industry should take advantage of that. And also, big industries should take the initiative for creating technology, these test facilities as part of their DCPP engagement. I think this is required because life cycle support will definitely require such kind of big facilities. And let us leverage this industry interaction group which has been created by DRDO headquarters in various laboratories, so that this particular framework can take care of the teething issues which come in the engagement process, and if any concerns are there, any complaints are there, we can easily resolve them. And I think very soon some portal also will be created, as Dr. Das has worked out some approach where industry interaction framework will be created through a portal, which will come out soon. We will be announcing it separately. And then Mayadeen ji mentioned about the reforms which we have carried out with respect to procurement manual and deposit work. And there also, I think there are very good innovative provisions which we have brought in this. Deposit work should be utilized by industries to the extent possible, so that whatever technical expertise is available in our laboratories, that can be utilized. And it is very heartening to note that 400 crore worth of deposit work has been realized. So this is a great achievement. And there are some framework of Vivad to Vishwas through which we are resolving the issues whatever are there in the industry. Dr. Amit talked about the DCPP model, and through that whatever is happening in our induction process, it has become smooth. The user is now well aware that which is the vendor which is going to give me the final version of the product. So the production agency variant of the DCPP, I think that also is very important, that whomsoever has not participated in the initial design and development still has an option of becoming production partner, production agency. And he articulated that the big DCPP should put a thrust on test infrastructure creation, because you need to handle the production, the quality, the maintenance, the spare management, all those things are required to be handled. So whatever test facilities required to be there, let us create that as part of the DCPP process. DCPP should absorb the technology so that he can create variations of the product and without requiring the laboratory support, so that the real thrust on technology development DRDO can concentrate, and we can leverage the potential whatever is available in the big industries. Then he also mentioned about the concerns of underquote for the development process, because this is one issue where the production issues, production unit cost becomes complicated. If you are underquoting for development phase, how to estimate the actual cost of unit. Therefore, some method has to be worked out. Industry has to take care of the design cycle, which is there in through iterations. We have to refine the product, so they need to take care of the issues in the milestones and the cost. And it is a very big opportunity for DRDO that maximum to the extent possible through the DCPP process, let us impart our full knowledge to the industry, so that once they have started producing, the teething issues of system integration, validation, the feedback related bug fixing and all can be handled by the industry itself, and we concentrate on the next generation technology development. So I think this is how the complete framework can be leveraged, and granting aid provides big opportunity for our industry for coming as a development partners for technology development, especially in deep tech area, because that is the area where a lot of startups are coming out of the incubation centers of academia. So academic professors along with the startups can join hands, and some matchmaking can happen between startup and big industries for kind of supporting those technology, because ultimately systems have to be created for those technologies. So some kind of framework I think we need to create for matchmaking between startup, academia, technology developers, big industries, and how to give that to the user which can easily accept this system. So I think this is one area where a lot of groundwork is required to be created. It is still not there in India. The technology developed by startup, how to absorb it. We cannot expect every startup to be given the orders. Let them migrate to a new technology development. Can we create such kind of model? So this is just for thought I had in mind. So just wanted to explain. So thank you very much. Dr. Sumit conducted very well the session controls, and I am great. I thank him for that, and I thank the organizers for giving me opportunity to chair the session of this kind, which is having reformative and transformative approach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we move on to the next session, I would like to thank all the speakers for their insightful details, right from the Technology Development Fund for industry engagement via, again, in DACOE, TOT procedures, DCPP, engaging startups, MSMEs, and academia together. So with these enriching perspectives, sir, we'll now move forward to explore strategic and tactical electronics. That is our next session. So before that, I would like to call upon Sri U. Rajababu, sir, DG MSS, to felicitate the chair and co-chair, sir. Before we start our next session, I just want to bring it to the notice of all the industrial partners that we have shared a Google form wherein we will be asking about the details of session number and day, topic, query, and the organization details whomsoever you are submitting. And these queries will be collated and it will be discussed today in panel session as well as and tomorrow in the today in round table and tomorrow in panel sessions. So I request all of you to please write your queries clearly, and we have seen certain responses saying there are no queries, well respected, but if you want to add something more, that can be added there so that can be discussed in one of the panel discussions. Thank you. With this, now we would like to move to the next session, which is regarding strategic and tactical electronics. So our next session will deliver deeper into innovations, applications, and industry collaborations, driving this domain forward and highlighting how indigenous capabilities are shaping the future of our systems, strategic systems. So with that, I would like to call upon our U. Rajababu sir, DS and DG MSS, and Professor Pratik Kishore sir, DG AS, onto the dais. I would like to give a very short intro of our speakers. Sri U. Rajababu sir is a distinguished scientist and he is DG MSS, and earlier he has worked as a program director for AD program and as well as director for RCA. And he has extensive experience in the field of missile and strategic systems. And Professor Pratik Kishore sir, he is outstanding scientist and DG for armaments and combat engineering systems. Prior to the present appointment, sir has served as a director for TBRL Chandigarh, and he has joined in DRDO in TBRL in 1991, and from there his career has started. And he has major contributions towards revision of procedures for project formulation and management, which are in place and which is the start for all the PFM activities of DRDO. So over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon. Very typical time of the day. Already on to the lunch time, and then we have at least another 45 minutes to go. But nevertheless, we'll try to make it as short and quick as possible. But again, the topics are both, strategic and tactical electronics, which are directly relevant to the industry. And in the happening city of Bangalore, where, the electronics were born and then managed. So I think this should be a topic of immense interest. Just before getting on to the speakers, I don't have to emphasize, how the electronics have grown in the past 2-3 decades, when literally we did not have anything, to the stage where the industry is able to design and then deliver the subsystems on their own. And we've gone to a great extent where we are able to miniaturize and even realize our own components also. It's a great beginning. But nevertheless, we have many challenges where we need to miniaturize much more. We need to integrate functionalities into a single systems or something like system on chip concept, and make systems cheaper, because cost is also one of the very important factor nowadays. I'm sure as we move on, so the issues will be discussed, and we have very two interesting speakers. One is going to speak on OBC and then components and then the design of ICs, and my other colleague is going to speak on tactile electronics. Before we move on to the speakers, can I request my co-chair to say a few words?
Very good afternoon. As chair has already said, 45 minutes, so I'll not be in between the speakers and the lunch. So I'll just try to summarize it, or rather, just to give my points that when we talk in terms of such kind of an electronic systems for any of these applications, I think Professor Mashelkar summed it very well, or not Professor Mashelkar, I think the CEO Zoho, he talked about the patience. But in terms of our, the patience in terms of development, but quickness in terms of overcoming the obsolescence. These are the two issues, major issues which we are facing today. And if the development time or the production time is high, naturally we have to be ready for such kind of a thing. And patience, because the defense equipment requires a lot of testing before it is inducted. So both these things are very, very relevant. Both are contradictory in requirement, in nature, but both have to be handled at the same time. With these initial words, I'll hand over the floor to the chair and to invite the speakers.
We have first speaker, Mr. M. Manoj. Mr. Manoj has been working on avionics systems for almost past 25 years. He is a designer and then developed many systems, avionics systems like many types of OBCs powered with PowerPC, ARMs and the DSP and AA processors. He worked on many interfaces starting from 1553 ARINC and then provided many FPGA solutions. And he is one of the designers who worked on system on chip of RCA, where many functionalities have been integrated into one chip. And now currently working on a multi-process system on chip, having many processors on a single chip. And he's been very active and been providing support to many of the missile systems. And he's been honored with Agni Award of Self-Reliance for indigenous development of ICs for missile systems. Over to Mr. Manoj.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll discuss about the strategic and the tactical electronics which are being used from the missiles point of view, and the challenges, opportunities, and the way ahead. What are the possibilities which are there for the industry that I'll discuss. So this is the outline of my talk. First, I'll discuss about the strategic electronics, the importance for India, the challenges, opportunities, and the way ahead. Then I'll discuss about the missile cluster, the avionics, what all the avionics modules which we are being used, and the industry participation where we are expecting. Then the rough vision from 2030 to 2040, how we are planning ahead. Then the conclusion. As we all know, the strategic electronics is the basic nervous system of our national security, apart from defense. And the key challenges from the strategic electronics point of view are, the first is the dependence of the electronics components and some of the sensors systems. So to counter these dependencies also that I'll talk about. Then the collaboration among DRDO, government institutes, PSUs, MSMPs, all the strong forces together to build up the strategic electronics. Then the skills shortages, followed by obsolescence issues, which we are facing day to day. Then the limited domestic production of the systems. Then followed by the advanced testing ecosystem. So this challenge number one, where the dependence of the import components. So over 70% of the strategic components, especially the sensors, and the high-end processors, the memories, the electronic components, which we are still depending on the foreign countries. Then the lack of domestic foundries, below 65 and below 65 nanometer IC fabrication technologies, which are not available in India as of now. This is one of the major bottleneck. Then the foundries, the basic foundries like MEMS, gallium nitride, some of the foundries, this I'll discuss. Some of the MEMS foundries we have in RCA also. Then the challenge 2 is the need for the low-cost training programs so that everybody could able to get on with the work directly. Then the limited testing facilities like the radiation hardening for some of the space, then the hills, hardware in loop simulation, these kind of testing facilities which also are the thing. And the academia-industry linkage. Then coming to the one of the major challenge is the identification of the counterfeit components which enter into the strategic electronics. There some policy need to be framed out. Then the rapid obsolescence of the COTS components. We are very much used with the COTS modules as well as the components. And since we are from the defense industry, we serve the systems from 20 years to 30 years, 40 years. But the commercial COTS modules, they come with a maximum of 10 years, 15 years lifetime only. Again, we require design changes in the or the cycle of the sustaining the systems. So this is one of the challenge. To counter these challenges, like we have some of the opportunities in India now. So the government has brought up ISM, Indian Semiconductor Mission, to have components getting developed, IDEX, and the ECMC is one of the upcoming scheme, electronic component manufacturing scheme, where a lot of funding is being given for the component manufacturing. Then followed by the startup and the DCPP, which was already talked about. And even the number of systems, like 108 systems, which were banned by our country, so that for the indigenous development can take place. Then building the indigenous capability for the fabrication units, and even the concept of RISC processor, which is an open-ended processor, irrespective of building, depending on the other countries. Everyone can have our own processor. So already IIT Madras and CDAC are developing systems based on the RISC-V processor. So in future, this RISC-V processor-based ecosystem, if it develops in India, then it would be very much useful for the strategic electronics. And also the excellence, center of excellence need to be developed for radars, avionics, EW, VLSI, and even sensors. Some of the excellence centers are already developed, but for the VLSI and the sensors, state-of-art excellent systems should be developed. Then coming to the details of the opportunities and the way forward in the avionics sector. So the systems, the basic systems which are being used in the avionics are the guidance, the navigation, control, seeker, communication, telemetry systems. So these systems, industry participation is highly required for the numbers which needs to be produced and the independent autonomy of the development. And this is the typical avionics system development life cycle. Roughly a system from the project requirement stage to the integration with the missile and the flight trial stage, it takes a lot of time. And the individual system development might take from 6 months, 8 months to the years, 2 to 5 years, based on the complexity of the system. A smaller, less complex system can be developed within 6 to 8 months, and the more complex system like the seekers, they take development anywhere from the 3 years to 5 years development cycle time. So all these phases have to be gone. So many of the people who might be interested in the development of the avionics system can go through this process. And even once everything is done, then the fabrication starts. And coming to the guidance systems. So guidance system is the brain of the missile where the trajectory is computed. So these guidance systems are based on multiple processors. We use PowerPC, Intel ARM-based processor for these kind of systems, and we also have developed indigenous SoC, and RCA has standardized SoC for one of the computation module. So the computation system is being standardized with indigenous SoC for some of the missiles. And even we are also using integrated avionics module. So multiple processors or the multiple systems are integrated, subsystems are integrated into a single module, which are being used in some of the missiles. So these are the computation platforms which are being developed. Industry can participate here. Then the communication technologies like 1553, Ethernet, AFDX. 1553 is 1 Mbps, whereas AFDX is 100 Mbps. In future, this also might be thought of for some of the missions. Then the navigation system. So integration of INS along with the GPS, IRNS and others are being developed at RCA throughout the development cycle. And even the types of sensors for the DTG, RLG, MEMS, HRG, these are the gyros which are being developed at RCA, and some of them are being imported. These sensor technologies are very critical. So development of these sensors also can be thought of by the industry. Then the integration of NAVIC system into the navigation, which is already being done by RCA and can be leveraged by the industry. And other systems like aircraft navigation, land navigation with different kind of specifications. So industry can participate for the production of these systems, and a low-cost, quick reaction navigation systems for the munitions and guided rockets, atomic interferometry-based gyroscopes and accelerometers, and the navigation on chip. This also can be thought of, and industry can participate in all these activities. And the control systems of the missile, this is the driving force for the missile. This will drive steer the missile towards the target. And there are multiple types of control systems, that electro-pneumatic, electro-hydraulic, electromagnetic control systems. So there is a lot of scope here also for the industry to develop these systems. And seekers, these are termed as a system of systems, because this has got a lot of complexity, and for missiles, drones, UAVs, these are being developed. And RF seekers, which are of KUK expand, are being used, and the latest MMW and AESA seekers also are under development. And the industry can participate here also for the proving of these systems, MMW and AESA seekers. And coming to the infrared seekers for the homing, the short range systems also. Here also the sensors for the electro-optics and the image processing, high-end image processing development is very critical. Industry participation is highly essential here also. Systems are with and without cooling, as well as the gimbal systems. There are other techniques which are also the challenges here are the anti-jamming, spoofing, the development of the sensors. And other RF systems which we are using are the altimeter and the RPF systems. Altimeter is for the height, and the RPF is for the final range systems. And the communication data links for the systems, missiles. And to counter all these systems, RCA has developed one system on chip. This is used for the computation purpose. So this is based on PowerPC, and this can be leveraged by the industry and other DRDO labs to develop their own systems. So this is completely indigenous, and we own it. RCA owns it. And other system what we are making is so after this single processor based system, now RCA has taken up a multi-processor based system where 12 cores are being used. So scalar, graphics, DSP, and the AI for 20 tops. So this is called as an avionics on chip. So instead of having multiple communication over the wires, all systems, subsystems can talk to each other with a shared memory. So a lot of advantages will be there. Then coming to the industry participation also from the semiconductors point of view, the basic passive components to the converters, to the energy systems, and one of the most dependent thing is the FPGAs. So FPGA is one of the critical component which is required industry. If they can develop or with our participation, it would be advantage. Like the terahertz technology, the fabrication, these are the foundries which are required. And we expect to have a self-reliance by 2030 to 2040. And definitely everyone will be, industry will be participating, I hope. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Manoj, just a moment. I'll request the session chair to felicitate Mr. Manoj. Coming to the next speaker for the session, Mr. G. Palanivel from CVRD, Chennai. Palanivel has worked at DRDL also for quite some time and then at CVRD, where he is involved with the various sighting devices and sighting systems for MBT Arjun. And so we'll request Mr. Palanivel to be brief, take about 12 to 13 minutes to complete the presentation so that we can have some time for concluding remarks. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Respected DGs on the dais and off the dais and directors, industry friends, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Parnivel. I'm working in CVRD. We have ACE product, our flagship product, MBT main battle tank. And here I'm going to focus the strategic and tactical electronics which is being used in this flagship program. Here we have a main battle tank. These are the technologies, strategic and tactical electronic technologies, which has been envisaged right from the beginning, and we have come a long way by realizing systems like we have both hull and turret systems. In the hull, like fire detection suppression system, fuel level monitoring system, crew control station, and in the turret system we have FCC sighting systems, RCWS. There are so many strategical electronics being used in the tank. So we are next. So some of the technologies in the past 20 years that we are developing, we have benchmarked our system with the import system, and from there we started our journey in indigenizing the systems. And these are some of the systems we have developed so far. The automotive electronic system, here we completely done that in-vehicle networking of hull systems and CAN and Ethernet-based communications inside the vehicle, an integrated crew station, which is a integrated touchscreen multi-display driver, and in electrical system, VRLF battery, slip rings, and advanced fire control systems. We are developing, it is an, like ICPS has been trial evaluated, and we are in the process of evaluating the GMS, and DNS is also being evaluated and being handed over, which is in the ready to induction. Next. And in elegant all-electric control drive system, it is alternative for hydraulic system that it has been indigenously developed along with our industrial partner, and it is also ready to mature, and very soon this will be deployed in various variants of this platform. And situational awareness, this is a vast area which we are looking in a big way, but we are in the very slow phase that the very few systems were developed for situational awareness system. And in advanced navigation system, yes, we have made a system which can give 1% distance in the initial mode accuracy, less than 1%, and GPS mode 30 meters. These are all achieved a long back, but still we are yet to go with advanced development in the electronics. We can do much more things on this area. And vehicular intercommunication, it has been SDR,
technical display. These are the systems which has been, other communication systems along with our industrial partner, it has been developed. Next. So, this strategic electronics, it's a backbone for our military armored vehicles. Though there are, it is a multidisciplinary system, there is mechanical systems, there is not that much development compared to electronic systems, where electronic systems has seen a tremendous development. So these are the areas in which the development has taken place for the last 20 years. There is a tremendous improvement or the technology maturity in these areas, like a communication system, surveillance system, and defense capabilities and electronic warfare system, countermeasure devices, active protection system, and remote operating capabilities. These are the systems, these are the technologies which are putting the tank in the different platform and different operation effectiveness and survivability of armored fighting vehicles in high threat environment. Next. And in the communication system, the major is the networking, where in-house in-vehicle networking and the external other platform networking. This is a big area of challenge, which connecting a remote soldier through satellites, through all the communication centers. And we have seen in the latest warfare, like in Israel, IDF is, though they are moving in the hostile environment, still they are being connected. There are very systems like dismounted soldiers. There are so many systems being well developed, and they are also very confident in moving in the hostile territory. This is the communication technology which has been developed in the last in the last years that we are seeing. The systems facilitate real-time communications between units, headquarters, allied forces, ensuring fast response and political threats, emergencies in the battlefield. All are need, because whenever in the battlefield, it's a very tense environment where the soldiers will be in a very tense, so they need to be informed. So even this communication technologies are gone beyond, even the dark networks also being used to communicate to the soldier regarding the versatility of the environment. Furthermore, the communication systems in armored vehicles, it has to design to withstand a very harsh environment, and the robust encryption protocols, frequency hopping techniques, communications, and interception jamming attempts are the niche technologies which will enhance the capability of our armored vehicles. Next. This surveillance system, this is one of the another important aspect of our armored vehicles, where surveillance is a key factor which tells that it is part of the situational awareness system, or in the bigger picture, it is part of the battlefield management system. So doing the surveillance mode, that now the high-end cameras that are developed by our sister concern IRD, and which is giving the situational awareness, especially ICPS for only surveillance capabilities, has been it is in a well advanced stage, enabling troops to monitor surrounding, identify potential threats, and make informed technical decisions during operations. They provide visual, data-driven in the real-time situation is the biggest challenge in the surveillance systems. Next. In electronic warfare system, we have like jamming systems, which is disrupting as well as deceiving the system. That is the key factor in the current scenario, where we are fully connected, we are in the complete network, where the electronic warfare becomes more deterministic by encrypting or jamming the enemies, or getting their systems, getting the information from their signals, is playing a vital role in winning the war. And the cyber countermeasures, like once we are in the network, we are more vulnerable for cyber threats and cyber attacks. So protecting our systems from these cyber attacks is another challenging area where we have to move a lot to meet this. The current scenario is very much advanced, whereas we are moving in a very snail's pace, I can say, So these are the challenges or the systems that need to mature a lot to meet the user requirements. Next. Electronic countermeasure devices like smoke grenades, like deceiving and disrupting the enemies and escaping from their threats and their attacks. So we have like smoke grenades, infrared jammers, and laser detection systems. These are the systems which are means in the foreign countries like Makawa or the latest tanks have gone to the next level of deception. They're completely hiding behind the smoke screen, or their jammers for incoming threats, and even laser warning systems are very much active, which will tell us the moment it has been laced how far we are in the danger zone and how to deceive the laser threats. All are the techniques which now the current technology is moving towards in these areas. Active protection system, yes, it is a buzzword. After seeing two wars, the Ukraine war and the Gaza war, we are seeing many people are claiming that they have made the active protection systems. Yes, some of the systems are being realized, but the effectiveness is not fully seen. We are also making an attempt to make an active protection system. We are half the way that we have, because it's a basic need of a tank. Because now the current scenarios, we are not only fighting in the remote areas. Now urban warfare is becoming more predominant. Now if you see the Gaza war, they are almost inside the domain, inside the urban areas where many people are there, very close threats are there. We don't know who will launch the shoulder missiles. So threats are very close to this armored vehicles. So to counter this, this system is very much essential, which gives 360-degree protection. We have so many threats for the armored vehicles. To escape from these threats, we need to have such a system. This is a high technology system, and this is the functionality. This APS, we may be knowing much, so I'll go to the next. UGV systems, yes, this is another area. The current, the latest wars are giving how much the remote controlled UGV is creating damage to our Russian tanks, autonomous UGVs, and network-centric warfare is the buzzword for, or it is the reality that what we are seeing, but we have not moved that much phase in our armor. We are yet to travel, yet to move a long way. These are the remote control applications. The real challenge is that we are shifting from 68 tons vehicle to 28 tons. The functionality is almost 80 to 90% remains same, but this much weight reduction is a big challenge in the realization, because this only the electronics, the strategical electronics can make it possible, because the functionality, threat perception, threat all remains the same. To challenge, to defeat this system with this weight class, lot of modernization is required, miniaturization is required. And the challenges, like I said, in this paradigm shift, we need to go the advanced communication systems, sensor technology developments, situational awareness, integration of systems, threat-based, AI-based threat analysis, remote operating technologies, drone, UAVs. These are all the areas which we are looking the Western countries or the European countries with the advancement they have reached. But we are yet to move, and it is a challenge in front of us to get these technologies. And it is not the DRDO only can do that, only the industrial partner can make it possible. And this is the like a communication system. It is like intercommunication, the recent SDR radios, and there are much developments are happening in this. So I'm just skipping. I'm coming to the market opportunities. Yes, we are having very good defense procurement policies, and some of the restrictions like compulsory sourcing of Indian, modernization of defense capabilities, semiconductor manufacturing, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and global defense manufacturing hub. These are the opportunities where the industries can focus. And the way ahead is technology perspective capability roadmap, which is published by the user, is giving what are the technologies needed for next 15 years by the used armed forces are available in this. All the startups can take up, and procurement manual, which is fully industry friendly, and defense budgets, transfer of technology. this is one area which I wanted to add a little bit. This TOT is a very nice concept for industries to participate, but this is like low risk and low profit because I had an opportunity to serve in Israel for 3.5 years. So there I am seeing even small technologies, though they are using TOT, foreign OEMs are ready to give TOTs because they don't give the technologies. The problem with the TOT, foreign TOT, is that upgradation, obsolescence are being the bottleneck. If you own the technology of your own, that is nothing like that. And now the market is open for globalization, global markets. Our industries should focus towards the global markets. Thank you. Next. Yeah, next. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
I request Professor Pratik Kishore to felicitate the speaker with us. Friends, we had a very important session highlighting the electronic systems, and then starting from components and then systems, and then at the end a system of systems also. The first speaker tried to bring out the challenges in avionics systems and then electronics, starting from the components and processors where we are totally import dependent, then the indigenous efforts that are being made, including SOC, MPSOC, and bringing out the importance of having systems based on our own process, including the risk-based processor which has been realized. And he also dwelled upon a number of avionic systems, starting from onboard computers, then guidance navigation systems, and seekers, and then data links, and then the interfaces also. And he brought out some of the architectures which have been realized in-house. And most of the things what he brought out have been realized by the Indian industry. Of course, when all these component designs started, it was in small numbers. But as we move on, the numbers are going to be very, very huge. The way the government is giving a push to Atmanirbharta and Make in India, and especially with the directions that not more than 49% can be imported, and mandatory procurement of systems within the country. So there's going to be a huge requirement of avionic systems, electronic systems. So all the industry who have been supporting us for the past 2-3 decades, is a time that we need to expand our capabilities and then capacities and gear up to the new requirement. Then moving on to the second speaker, while the first speaker focused on mainly systems, the second speaker talked about system of systems. Like today, any weapon system in the battlefield, how complex is going to be with the integration of multiple number of sensors. He brought out that how radars, seekers, and then communication links, battle management systems, and active propulsion systems, so many things, how they can be integrated. That way, one is the components-wise, systems-wise, subsystems-wise, systems-wise, we have a huge requirement. You all must be reading in newspapers that every second day you find that DSAs approach some 30,000 crores worth of procurement, from within the country. And today, the DRDO developed systems, we have AONs worth of almost close to 2 lakh crores. If you have to realize this within the country, then my request to all industry partners is, you please imagine yourself producing, whatever fraction it is, how we are going to meet the requirement by scaling up your own capacities. So it's a big opportunity for all of us, and with the government's push for Make in India, I think we can expand. And the day is not far that, we not only that we meet requirements of our armed forces, and we also will start exporting the systems. Some of the systems are being exported now, but the numbers are only going to grow. So please make good use of this opportunity and expand the capabilities and make good use of these opportunities. I request my co-chair, Dr. Professor Pratik Kishore, to conclude.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll just take a few general points. Just one is that as far as when we talk in terms of electronic components, we are always split between COTS and the mills. So we have to have some kind of a philosophy of how to make COTS workable in a military environment. That is, I think, order of the day in looking at the cost, looking at long-term warfare, availability of systems. So how can the COTS be converted? And naturally, it will call for some kind of acceptance procedure to be developed, some kind of a test methodologies to be developed. But that is, I think, that is an order of the day. Also, one very important thing, in particularly for all electronic components, is the philosophy for obsolescence management. Obsolescence will be there. At what stage and how to handle the obsolescence? That I think we have to have some kind of a philosophy, a policy to address all these issues, which will always happen. In other systems also it happens, but in this case it will be happening at a much more rapid pace. So we need to have an integrated approach towards that. Third is, as we are moving more and more towards indigenous systems, indigenously designed systems manufactured in the country, we cannot qualify it against an international standards, and therefore we need to have our own standards. So Indian standards for the indigenously designed electronic components is another requirement which we will have to, together we'll have to work to arrive at a common solution. For some of the challenge areas which from what the speakers have presented, one is in terms of missiles and second in terms of combat vehicles. I'll specifically dwell in terms of combat vehicles. Electronics is an order of the day. More and more automated controls are now going to come in, and unmanned ground vehicles are going to be a requirement. So the complete, the architecture of the autonomous vehicles or unmanned vehicles, that will be one big area to where we will be looking for collaboration with industry. If I take an example of light tank, Indian light tank, which has now started for the trials we have started now. We are targeting that by the time it goes to production, it should have more than 70% indigenous content, which means, I mean, lots and lots of components are actually going to come from Indian industry. So this is, for all other systems also, like if I talk in terms of ATAGs or in terms of Pinaka, we are around 80% and beyond in terms of indigenous content. This has happened because of the active support of the Indian industry in all aspects, whether it is in terms of munitions or the gun systems, particularly the ordnance systems, or other the control electronics part. There are, however, few areas where we still need to put a little more focus, a little more effort. One of them is the family of sights for all the fighting vehicles. That is one critical area where some effort has already been made, some beginnings have been made, but I think we need to accelerate that. The fuel controllers. This is by default, it is an imported item. That has got a huge potential, not only in defense sector, but also in the civilian market. So this is one area where the industry has got a huge opportunity. Of course, when we talk in terms of multiple sensors, multiple systems, we also have to ensure the interoperability. And in order to have that, the indigenous design control will become a paramount parameter for these things. One system which my colleague talked about is the active protection system, which is an integrated, it's a system of systems basically, an integrated approach, and it is going to be a requirement for all types of armored fighting vehicles, whether it is the heavier vehicles or the infantry combat vehicles. Even it might have requirements at static installations. So this has a huge potential in terms of technology as well as in terms of business for the industry. And of course, he talked in terms of battlefield situational awareness and the communication under all conditions. So these are some of the important areas where we have started work, we have got some ideas, but we would be looking forward to the industry partners actually to collaborate, to jointly develop these kind of systems for the indigenous platform, and also towards a strong step for Atmanirbharta and Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now would I call upon DAS DGECS Dr. P.K. Das sir to felicitate the chair and co-chair. An important announcement for all the participants, the lunch is arranged in Spring Hall, that is on the right side corner. If you go down the lane, you will have an open lawn, you can have the lunch there. But first I would like to request all the dignitaries and the VIPs to go to Jeff's. I request the organizers to take them to the VIP dining area.